Onun yanında Lübnan önceki başbakanlarından Sayın Profesör Doktor Hasan Diab, sol tarafımda Macaristan Büyükelçiliğinden ve UNESCO Konferansı Başkanı Sayın Büyükelçi Madam Katalin Bogay, onun yanında ise Özbekistan Parlamentosu'ndan Milletvekili Sayın Rovshan Fazilov beyefendi var. Hoş geldiniz. Sabah oturumumuzdan sonra şimdi oturumumuzu Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti Dışişleri Bakanı Sayın Tahsin Ertuğruloğlu beyefendiyi davet ederek başlatmak istiyorum. Buyurun Sayın Ertuğruloğlu.
Mr. President, distinguished audience, it's indeed a pleasure and an honor for a representative of the Turkish Cypriot people and a cabinet member of the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus to have this opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. Before I begin, I would like to make one point clear. Being from the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus and experiencing the difficulties that the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus faces on the international platform, I have chosen not to use the prepared speech I have in my pocket on the topics of the day, which are ecology, economy, energy, artificial intelligence, and health, because these subjects will be dealt with at depth by the other speakers. I have chosen to speak about an issue that none of the speakers will be talking about, and that's the island of Cyprus. I say the island of Cyprus because the name Cyprus does not indicate a state. The name Cyprus is the name of an island. But on this island, there are two states, a Greek Cypriot state and the Turkish Cypriot state, who were partners, co-founder partners of the Republic of Cyprus of 1960. But that republic has ceased to exist as of December 1963, when the Greek Cypriot partner, by force of arms, ejected the Turkish Cypriot partner from the state and governmental institutions and monopolized what used to be a partnership republic and turned it into a purely Greek Cypriot state. And since 1964, the international community, basically meaning the UN Security Council permanent 5 members, have chosen to ignore this reality of the island of Cyprus and have chosen to make the wrong diagnosis of the Cyprus problem by allowing the Greek Cypriots to pretend to be the Republic of Cyprus on their own and totally disregarding the status and sovereignty of the Turkish Cypriot partner. And this mistake continues to this very day. All the countries represented in this hall, with the exception of Turkey, unfortunately, continue to make this mistake because they somehow have been made to believe that Security Council resolutions are binding resolutions. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, none of the UN Security Council resolutions on Cyprus, none of them are binding. They are advisory. The perfect example is Turkey. Turkey does not recognize the Greek Cypriot state as if it is the Republic of Cyprus, recognizes the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, exchanges ambassadors with us, and yet you do not hear of the United Nations Organization or the United Nations Security Council trying to punish Turkey for not following the set Security Council resolutions on Cyprus. Our difference with the rest of the world is the rest of the world has chosen to abide by the mistake of the Security Council and pretend to be recognizing the so-called Republic of Cyprus when there is no legitimate Republic of Cyprus on the island. What we have is two Cypruses. Dear friends, even when the Republic of Cyprus was established in 1960, it was not a unitary state. It was a functional federation of two political equals, none of which was to have the right to claim to be the Republic of Cyprus by excluding the other partner. Yet, this is exactly what the international community did. As of
Tahsin Bey toparlarsan
sure.
çok sevineceğim.
Perhaps I shouldn't go on too long because we can talk about the Cyprus problem till tomorrow morning. I can talk about it till tomorrow morning. But I will simply summarize what I am trying to say, which is it's very easy for everybody to say the Cyprus problem must be resolved. We all say that the Cyprus problem must be resolved. Sure. But first of all, we must decide what we mean by the Cyprus problem. The Cyprus problem, dear friends, is the recognition of the Greek Cypriot state as if it is the Republic of Cyprus. So long as this mistake is continued to be made, and the Turkish Cypriot statehood on the island is denied, there will in no way be the possibility of a settlement of the Cyprus problem, because the Cyprus problem means the recognition of the Greek Cypriots as if they are the Republic of Cyprus. And as a citizen of the TRNC, being faced with all sorts of embargoes and restrictions because of the Greek Cypriots, we do not enjoy the liberties that you all enjoy as citizens of your countries. Our identity is denied, our sovereignty is denied, and the only reason why I have this opportunity to speak to you at this platform is because this event is taking place in Turkey. We don't have this opportunity anywhere else. This is the discrimination I am trying to touch upon as the Turkish Cypriot people. What the Marmara Foundation represents is freedom, respect, peace, equality, all of these being denied to the Turkish Cypriot people. And I didn't want to come up here and talk to you as if we don't have all these problems. In spite of all these problems, the Turkish Cypriot people are doing their best to contribute to international peace and harmony, in spite of the Greek Cypriots and their friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your kind speech. Please, His Excellency. Thank you so much. Now I invite Minister of Finance of North Macedonia, Her Excellency Madame Gordona Dimitrieva Kososka. Please, in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Dear participants, distinguished guests, I am honored and grateful for the opportunity to talk about the Macedonians' path to a prosperous future in the light of our reform efforts and the EU integration. This year's topic, where do we stand now and where do we aspire to be, is exceptionally relevant for our country, which stands at a crossroads, facing challenges at home, yet with the prospect of EU membership on the horizon. In this speech, I would like to share our progress so far, the priorities we are focusing on, the reforms we are implementing, and our vision for where we want to be in the years to come. Reform Agenda 2024-2027 outlines a clear plan for transforming the economy and the society, aligned with the European standards. It is also approved by the European Commission and is part of the new growth plan for the Western Balkans, with around 750 million allocated to our country. It is important to highlight that this financial support is not provided unconditionally. Its releasing depends on meeting specific reform criteria and delivering results, clearly showing that reforms are not implemented only for the sake of EU membership, but also for the benefit of our citizens. Better living standard, better quality services, and stable economic future. The last few years have been shaped by overlapping crises, the pandemic, the energy crisis, the price shocks, all of which called for a strong fiscal response. The government undertook measures to protect both the citizens and the economy, which brought about increased budget expenditures. Now, when these times are behind us, our priority is the fiscal consolidation, gradually reducing the deficit and the debt so as to ensure long-term stability. The goal is to ensure the debt does not to be jeopardize the stability of the economy, nor place a disproportionate burden on future generations. Thereby, what is crucial is for the fiscal consolidation to be implemented wisely by keeping current expenditures in check without cutting back on the capital investments that drive growth. It is reassuring that monetary policy remains stable, keeping inflation under control, even in challenging circumstances. Our goal is to align with the European standards on public finance management, ensuring full transparency. In the 21st century, we cannot talk about reforms without talking about digitalization. Digitalization is a powerful tool in the fight against corruption. Digital cooperation is extremely important for successful addressing tax evasion in the era of global connectivity. This will provide for real-time transparency in spending, which will also allow swifter and efficient supervision carried out by institutions in charge thereof. Digitalization is an area of the progress we make. There, the best practices are part of the continuous learning process. Our international partners recognize our efforts. The International Monetary Fund, during its latest mission, acknowledged our willingness to reduce the informal economy. And not to forget to mention that we are the government only 10 months. The initial effects can already be seen. Revenue collection at certain taxes has gradually improved this year. With respect to custom revenues, we are focused on increasing custom controls, especially with reference to excise goods. Let me hereby stress that improved revenue collection does not imply increased in tax rates. On the contrary, our strategy is to broaden the tax base by encouraging more taxpayers to pay their taxes, whereby the eradicated informal economy will provide for generating additional revenues without imposing extra burdens on honest payers. I would like also to add that Macedonia is the country with the lowest tax rates in the region, and I can say in the whole Europe. Our final strategic objective is full EU membership. The good news is that we are not only focused on one sphere, but rather we do have plans and ongoing activities to address and recommendations in all areas. Ministry of Finance, in cooperation with other ministries, is fully committed to improving the standards in line with the EU criteria and successfully closing this chapter. Distinguished guests, I have provided a retrospective of where we currently stand. However, I would like to wrap up my speech with a reflection on where we aim to be in the near future. The vision that guides us forward is clear and ambitious. Macedonia is a modern European state with a stable economy, enhanced public services, and a higher standard of living for all its citizens. I consider myself a moderate optimist. I am certain that through dedication, expertise, and unity, as regards the strategic objectives, we can reach the European standards more quickly than many anticipate. Our institutions are younger than those in Europe, member states, which actually makes them more adaptable to reform. We do not have a rigid administrative system, thus following us to introduce innovations more easily. We do not treat this path alone. On the domestic front, reforms may sometimes be undesirable or challenging. However, we are always guided by a long-term gain and a broader perspective. In conclusion, I would like to highlight that the path to a prosperous future has already been set through our reform agenda. Where do we stand now? We are following a solid reform trajectory with a clear vision, coupled by international support. Where do we aspire to be? In Europe, standing alongside the member state as equals with a competitive economy, reliable institution, and a prosperous society in place. The challenges ahead of us are not minor, whether at home or in Europe, yet our determination is unwavering. The optimism I refer to is moderate, based on realistic perception, yet it is an optimism that drives us, since we are already witnessing tangible results from the actions we take, thus being also certain that change is within reach. At the end, once again, thank you very much, and I hope that in the next period we will have very close cooperation, not only with the Marmara Group, but also with all these people that are here, and whoever is interested, for whatever reason, to come in Macedonia, you are all invited. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Gordona, for your kind speech. Moment. His Excellency Ionut Vulpescu, are there here? No, I hope he's here, but His Excellency Vladimir, His Excellency Vladimir Norov, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uzbekistan, Sayın Vladimir Norov, Özbekistan önceki Dışişleri Bakanı. His Excellency, please, in the 5 minutes.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Yeah. Dear Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, Dr. Akan Suver, the President of Marmara Group Foundation, I would like to extend my sincere thanks and deep appreciation for your kind invitation to the 28th Euro-Asian Economic Summit. I'm confident that this insight and partnership forged during this year's summit will contribute meaningfully to shaping a more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient future for all of us. Today, today we are witnessing radical changes in the nature of global rivalry. What was once defined by territorial conflicts, military alliances, and economic sanction has shifted into the realm of technology in the 21st century. At the center of this new competition is artificial intelligence, AI. AI has evolved beyond a mere technology. It has become a transformative force, reshaping society, the economy, defense, and even the very nature of power. Its influence extends from automating cyber operation and managing data to strategic military decision-making and driving economic growth. At the same time, AI raises a broad range of concerns, from manipulating public opinion and amplifying bias to the risk of losing control over autonomous systems. According to the Stanford AI Index 2024, investment in AI solutions for security and defense have surged by more than 250% over the past 5 years, and the share of companies integrating AI into their strategic processes has reached a record 77% among the largest US corporations. At the core of this transformation lies the competition between the United States and China. Both powers are actively embedding AI into their national strategies, viewing it as a critical asset for strengthening military capabilities, economic leadership, and global influence. The race for computing resources, data, talent, and innovation has become a cornerstone of their geopolitical ambitions. Corporate hegemony, new actors, oh, it's not working. Okay. We are witnessing a transition from the classic military-industrial complex of the Cold War era to 21st century technological and security complex. Companies such as Palantir, SpaceX, Google, OpenAI, Microsoft are no longer mere contractors. They are becoming real participants in global politics, influencing national security strategies. According to the study by the Georgetown Center for Security and Emerging Technology, private corporations played a leading role in the development of 32 out of 35 of the most advanced AI models created between 2022 and 2023. Furthermore, according to Rand Corporation, 68% of new patents in the field of AI defense application belong to private companies, not government entities. These corporations control critical infrastructure from satellites and undersea cables to hyperscale data centers, own the largest data set essential for training AI systems, attract leading specialists by offering conditions far beyond those available to government organizations. Thus, the power over the most promising technologies of the 21st century is increasingly concentrated in the hands of a narrow group of companies. The ethical boundary concerning AI usage is becoming increasingly blurred. In January 2024, OpenAI revised its policies, allowing its technologies to be used for defense purposes. This move symbolized a fundamental shift. Private companies are now selling their own standards of acceptable AI use. In practice, in the conflict in Ukraine, according to the reports by The Economist and Defense One, technologies from companies like Palantir and Clearview AI have been actively use it for reconnaissance, drone targeting, and battlefield analysis. Ukraine has, in effect, become a laboratory of AI warfare, where civilian companies test combat algorithms under real-world conditions. AI is becoming a weapon, and not only in the hands of states, but increasingly in the hands of corporations. The quest for AI superiority is reshaping, first of all, the balance of power between states, according to Georgetown Center for Security and Emerging Technology. The United States and China control 87% of all global computing resources needed to train advanced AI models. Second, the nature of alliances. New technological blocks are forming, such as those related to AUKUS, Australia, United Kingdom, United States, with the private players taking an increasingly active role. Third, regulatory models. In June 2024, the EU adopted the AI Act, but is particularly concerning is the absence of clear industrial international standards. In this regulatory vacuum, private corporations act as a non-state actor with a sovereign-like power. As noted by the Oxford Internet Institute, we were witnessing the emergence of corporate sovereignty, where companies are assuming a role on the global stage comparable to state of nation states. What is solution? What is solution now? It is, first of all, integrate technology companies into international government mechanism, for example, through participation in specialized UN structures such as UN Tech Envoy Office. Second, develop international regulatory frameworks. Initiatives like the Hiroshima AI process must be expanded and strengthening. Third, enforce mandatory transparency requirement and similar to ECG, sustainable disclosure. Fourth, negotiate multilateral agreements on data governance, competition policy, and cybersecurity. Without such measures, the concentration of power risks evolving into a new form of non-state digital domination beyond the control of traditional national state. In conclusion, I would like to mention again that AI represents both the greatest technological opportunity and the greatest challenge of the 21st century. But the critical question is not also who will win the AI race. It is how to make this race safe for all humanity. Technology belongs to humanity, and only through international cooperation, responsible regulation, and enhanced transparency, we can build fair and effective global governance mechanism. But in the end, I would like to present our 1 second only, the Central Asian Artificial Intelligence Association. I'm now chairman. I initiated before retiring. What I would like to remember now morning said by Mr. Sanjar, the Nobel Prize laureate, that now not military arms will make you strong. Science, education, and knowledge will make you strong, economically and in all fields, as he made very such clear identification comparing Soviet Union with the United States and other developed countries. That's why developing AI in our region, in Central Asia, it is very important. I fully support this idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your kind speech, His Excellency Norov.
Thank you very much.
Okey, hazırım ben. Çek benim iskelerimi.
Yes, yes, yes. This is Suver. This is traditional Uzbek gifts.
Excellency. Çok teşekkür ederim. Geçen sene de verdin bana. Teşekkür ediyorum. Sağ ol. İnşallah. Sayın amcaoğlu. Buradalar mı efendim? Burada mı? Yok. Sayın Madame Marjetka Kaster from Slovenia. She was here? Okay. Mr. Raid Kuri, former Economy and Trade Minister of Lebanon. Welcome, sir. Lübnan önceki Ekonomi ve Ticaret Bakanı. His Excellency Raid Kuri.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, fellow leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It's a true honor to join you here at the 28th Eurasian Economic Summit. I want to thank the Marmara Group Foundation for continuing to create space for meaningful dialogue under the powerful theme, the more humane world. As someone who had the privilege of serving as Lebanon's Minister of Economy and who now chairs Cedrus Invest Bank, I've witnessed the economic shifts, shocks, and innovations that define our region. And I've come to believe that digital banking represents one of the most transformative forces of our time. Today, we're not just talking about technology or finance. We are talking about a new social contract, how we connect people to opportunity, empower communities, and build systems that are more inclusive, more efficient, and more resilient. Let's start with the opportunities, because they are powerful and within reach. First, the financial inclusion. Across many emerging markets, millions remain outside the formal banking system, not by chance, but by circumstance. Traditional banks have struggled to reach people in remote towns, informal urban settlements, and undeserved areas where branches simply don't exist. But today, with just smartphone and connectivity, digital banks can provide secure accounts, payment tools, savings, and credit to individuals who were once invisible in the financial sector. Second, operational efficiency and scale. Digital banks are not burdened by cost of physical infrastructure. They can scale faster, reach wider, using digital onboarding, AI-powered risk management, and real-time data analytics. In short, they can do more with less, serving customers with agility and precision. Third, the youth factor. In regions like the MENA, Sub-Saharan Africa, and South Asia, over 60% of the population is under the age of 30. This is a mobile first generation. They expect their banking experience to be as smooth as their social media feeds, instant, intuitive, and personalized. For them, a digital bank isn't a novelty, it's a necessity. Fourth, the new ecosystems of collaboration. We are seeing innovative partnerships between banks, telecoms, fintech startups, e-commerce platforms, and even government agencies. These ecosystems are allowing financial services to be embedded into people's daily lives, offering seamless access to microloans, digital wallets, insurance, and more, all from a single interface. But let's also be honest about the challenges. First, the first challenge is trust. In banking, trust is everything. And yet in many emerging markets, trust in digital platforms is still fragile. People need to feel that their money is safe, that their data is protected, and that the system will work, especially in times of crisis. A single cyber attack or service disruption can undo years of progress. Second, the regulation. The pace of innovation is outstripping the speed of regulation. Many countries still lack comprehensive digital banking frameworks, clear rules around digital KYC, cloud hosting, cross-border services. Without a modern regulatory environment, innovation risks becoming fragmented and unsafe. Third, the infrastructure. Even as mobile penetration grows, many regions still suffer from unreliable electricity, spotty internet access, and limited digital literacy. The foundation for digital banking must be strong, because even the best designed platform is useless if people cannot get online or don't know how to use it simply. Fourth, the financial education. Technology is only part of the solution. We must also invest in educating people on how to manage money, protect themselves from fraud, and build financial resilience. Digital literacy and financial literacy must go hand in hand. So what's the way forward? We need more than digital banks. We need digital banking ecosystems, collaborative networks where traditional banks, startups, regulators, educators, civil society, and global partners work together with a shared mission. At CIDRS, we're working on building just that, a next-generation digital banking innovative in Lebanon, one that respects our country's traditions while embracing the agility and intelligence of the digital age. We're focusing on trust, accessibility, and purpose-driven innovation because we believe that banking is not a service, it's a form of empowerment. Let me close with this. A digital bank isn't simply a new piece of infrastructure. It's a bridge, a dignity, inclusion, and hope. In times of economic pressure, political volatility, and forced migration, it can provide the tools people need to protect their future, tools to save, to build, to invest, and to dream. Let us meet this moment not just with bold ambition, but with vision, not just with code, but with compassion, not just with platform, but with purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Minister Kuri. Now, I invite from the FOFL organization from United States of America, Mrs. Annie Shen. This is one organization. Okay. 5 minutes, eh? Okay.
Dr. Survey, Dr. Hong, and distinguished guests, good afternoon. This is Annie from FOPL. It's my honor to share all of you for the Youth of Voice at this summit. I've been full-power volunteer since 2000. My journey was inspired by my Shifu, Dr. Hong. He declared a word of one heart, a wellspring of happiness on August 1st, 1999, to promote the culture of peace in the 21st century. And under Dr. Hong's leadership, the Love of the World Goodwill Cultural Group has been visited 140 countries to promote love, peace, and conscience. So today, I'm grateful to join you in exploring how we harmonize conscience and peace in the AI era. So I believe that AI has been part of our daily life, like we often use ChatGPT or Copilot to ask anything. So AI makes impossible possible and unlock endless opportunities. However, AI also transforming our world. So I believe that humans are born with pure and kind hearts. However, AI has no built-in nature. It stays in nature. So whether AI can promote our society or bring the unexpected challenges depends on how people utilize it. Do you think AI can be built in a balanced way? In 2005, Dr. Hong made the lap of Benedict XVI in Vatican and shared a profound message. Without love, there's no peace. Peace needs love, and love needs to be balanced. So I truly believe that only when human heart is guided by conscience can technology bring the real blessing and positive energy to the world. So let's imagine this. If we included AI and designed an AI conscience training module and we put conscience into every step of AI learning engine, then I think AI would not just only a problem-solving tool. It will become more than just a tool. It will include moral judgment and a tool with warmth and love. In September 21st, 2022, the International Day of Peace, Dr. Hong led full-power volunteers to New York and held the ceremony of ringing the bell of peace and love in Times Square. Dr. Hong rang the bell for 9 times, prayer for peace and harmony, and also awaken people for conscience and listen to their inner sincerity. The bustling Times Square suddenly turned silent. People paused and closed their eyes for harmony wishes. And at this moment, I truly felt that how people heartfelt desire for peace. And you may wonder, can ring the bell truly bring peace to the world? And Dr. Hong also reminds us, peace is not just a slogan, it's a conscience of parties. So you and I, who are all global citizens, we have a responsibility to ensure technology truly brings benefit and positive energy to the world. So I encourage everyone here, for leaders from government, business, and also international organizations, that's calling upon conscience and ask yourself every day, have I listened to my conscience today? Conscience is our inner compass, the essential guidance to distinguish right from wrong, good from evil. That's calling upon conscience with AI to promote a better and peaceful world. Thank you, everyone.
So much. Dear Shen. Now I invite former Deputy Prime Minister of Poland and also former Minister of Finance of Poland, Honorable Professor Dr. Grzegorz Kolotko. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pleasure to be here again. My concern is that I do travel. I do travel in time and in space, and I'm being presented here again as professor, but also former prime minister. So the problem is that I'm moving from academia to politics and policy making, and then back to academia, and then I moved again to policy making, bringing Poland to the European Union over 20 years ago, and then back to academia. And I wonder how to tackle the issues, including the great problems we are discussing at this panel. I learned to Professor Khan, great Nobel Prize winner, as the Americans say, there are the science and economics. So economics is supposed not to be the science. The difference between chemistry or physics or mathematics and sociology, political science, economics, is that in mathematics, 2 times 2 makes 4. That is what we do know. But in economics, not necessarily. Take a look. Now we have Trump 2.0 again in the White House. And according to the president of still the most powerful country in the world, 2 times 2 is not 4. It depends how much you wish. And it has the consequences also for artificial intelligence, trade, economic growth, equality, all other problems, aspects we are talking about. So there is the great challenge, and that is what is making difference between academia and politics. Who is right and who is wrong? What is right and what is wrong? All the time we are discussing, it seems to be that is what we are doing, how to act in a reasonable way. Professor Khan were using the terms sentiment and logic. More often I'm saying emotions and rationality. But let's say for a time being that emotions are pretty close to sentiment and rationality is pretty close to logic. And then we see that we have most of the problems, not because of the weakness of the science, of the research, of the academia. We do know a lot of answers for most challenging questions, including the ones we have in economic matters, which is much more complex than, I would say so, chemistry or physics. Because in economics, all the time we are involved in conflict of 2 eyes, not only interests. We have different interests. As the old jokes goes, how much is 2 times 2? And the rabbi answers, it depends. Are you selling or buying? So in economics, it depends. In physics or in mathematics, it does not depend. And there is the other eye. These are the ideas. We do differ very much with different values, with the ideas we respect, we admire, we attempt to follow. And politics, therefore, is based on very different logic than the science, than the research, than the academia. That was my problem when, after being critical towards the economic policy of certain governments, they said, okay, you know, do it. And I was invited as a technocrat, non-partisan researcher, economist, to manage, to coordinate macroeconomic policy as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance in four different governments. And one of my early discoveries, one of my very popular saying was, it is not enough to be right. One needs also majority, at least as far as we work in democracy. Because in authoritarian regime, it's enough to be right, presuming that an autocrat is right. What happens from time to time, I'm afraid, less often than more. But in democracy, to be right, to be knowledgeable economist, to know how to tackle the issues of sustainable development, of fair trade, of honest business, of fair rules-based competitiveness is not enough, because one needs a majority, and in politics, majority depends completely on different arguments than in science and in research, because majority means support of public opinion. And public opinion can be manipulated by very sophisticated ways, and most recently, even more, because of so-called artificial intelligence, which quite often is not that much intelligent from the scientific point of view. And for that reason, we'll have more problems in the future than we have had in the past. Therefore, we have to do whatever is possible to bring more of rationality or common sense or logic to replace sentiment and emotions, which are the driving force behind politics too often. Trump 2.0, from this perspective, is quite a big challenge for sustainable development, fair trade, and further integration of the global economy on the behalf of the humankind. My forthcoming book is called Trump 2.0, The Power Shift and Global Disruptions. In my native language, we translate common sense as health sense. So the subtitle of the book in Polish language is Trump 2.0, The Revolution of Sick Sense, because what has been declared by Trump 2.0 is hardly a common sense. From a scientific viewpoint, from theory of economics, it is much more a nonsense. And because of the mighty of the United States, it has consequences also for Eurasia. And we have to discuss more how to close the gap between economic rationality and lack of rationality in the political activities. There is the solution to this equation, yet it is much more difficult than we claim in social sciences. But definitely it is not as easy as it is pretty often declared by policymakers and the politicians. I wish that not only the economy will be more and more based on knowledge, but also politics more often than not will be based on knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind speech. His Excellency Kolotko. Moment, please. Thank you. Yes, very good. Now I invite Rafael Gulmaliyev from Azerbaijan, Afes Free Zone. His Excellency Rafael Bey, bravo. Sayın Rafael Beyefendi, Azerbaycan'da Alat, Afes Serbest Bölgesi'nin başkan vekilidir. Buyurun Sayın Rafael Bey.
Teşekkür ederim Hakan Bey. Öncelikle sizleri 28. Avrasya Ekonomi Zirvesi'nde içtenlikle selamlıyor ve Marmara Grubu Vakfı Başkanı Hakan Bey'e teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Biz Alat Serbest Ekonomi Bölgesi olarak bu etkinliğe stand ile katılıyoruz ve sizlere tüm parametreleriyle benzersiz bir proje olan Alat Serbest Ekonomi Bölgesi hakkında kısa bir bilgi sunmak isterim. Yurt dışından da katılımcılar olduğu için izninizle İngilizce konuşmama devam edeyim. Dear ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, I would like to inform about Alat Free Economic Zone, which is a unique project in Azerbaijan, not just for surrounding countries, but for a wider geography. Alat Free Economic Zone was established by presidential decree in May 2020. The first reason for uniqueness of this project, our project is an important part of the general policy of the President and the government of Azerbaijan to develop knowledge-based, diversified and export-oriented economy. Second reason is favorable geographic location. As you can see, Alat Free Economic Zone is located at the intersection of international transport corridors, north, south, east, west, and in vicinity of Baku International Sea Trade Port. Third, and the main reason, is unique legal base of Alat Free Economic Zone. Alat Free Economic Zone legislation consists of the law of the Republic of Azerbaijan on Alat Free Economic Zone adopted by Parliament and signed by the President as a prevailing law of the Republic of Azerbaijan, and internal regulations. And this legislation takes precedence over the basic economy legislation and guarantees extraterritoriality of free economic zone and independence of the regulatory body, which is very important in management of the free economic zones. And to exclude any possibility of conflicts, misunderstanding, and contradictions between the basic economy legislation and the Alat Free Economic Zone legislation, our Parliament made amendments in more than 90 laws of the Republic of Azerbaijan, including tax, customs, licensing, labor, dispute resolutions, and other laws of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Again, these amendments clearly demonstrate the precedence of free economic zone law over the basic economy legislation. In addition to that, Alat Free Economic Zone provides a package of fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, including exemption from value-added tax, withholding tax, corporate tax, and any other taxes, exemption from custom duties and taxes on import and export, no personal income tax for employees if the monthly salary doesn't exceed $4,700, no restriction on foreign ownership, no requirement for local partner, no restrictions on currency transactions and profit repatriation, assistance in finding local skilled personnel, on-site one-stop shop business appraisal, licensing, permitting without any involvement of basic economy authorities or government entities, and of course independent regulatory body, and other incentives. But who are our clients, who are target investors? Our target clients are those businesses who will engage in high value-added and export-oriented manufacturing, using innovative technologies and approach to work in accordance with best international standards. And export-oriented term indicates that at least 75% of goods produced in the free zone must be exported. In addition to business-friendly legislation, fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, we provide to our clients industrial land plots with ready-to-use off-site and on-site infrastructure and utilities. In total, approximately 6,500 hectares allocated by the government to Alat Free Economic Zone, while additional 1,000 hectares has been reserved for the future expansion. Development strategy being implemented by Alat Free Economic Zone is to build out infrastructure and facilities in phases. And on June 2023, we completed the first phase of development of off-site and on-site infrastructure and utilities of initial 60-hectare area. But due to high number of committed investors in our project, we were forced to start construction works on the next 138 hectares of FEZ1, at the same time at the territory of 365 hectares of FEZ3, which is designated for heavy industries. Also, we have agreed with investors to establish international cargo airport at the territory of Alat Free Economic Zone, and this airport will meet the needs of our clients as well as other interested parties in cargo transportation. Implementation of this project has already started, and we expect this airport to be operational not later than the end of 2026. Initial capacity of this airport will be around 500,000 tons at the first stage, but with further gradual increase reaching up to 1.52 million tons per year. And of course, business enterprises from Turkey and other surrounding countries are welcome to a Latvian economic zone. By the way, we have investors from Turkey and some countries of the Europe as well as Asia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Güzel konuşmanız için size teşekkür ediyoruz. Verdiğiniz ciddi bilgileri de ayrıca teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Now I invite from Bulgaria our friend, President of the Slavyani Foundation, Honorable Professor Dr. Zahari Zahariyev. Şimdi Bulgaristan'dan Slavyani Vakfı'nın başkanı dostumuz Sayın Profesör Doktor Zahari Zahariyev'i davet ediyorum.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suver. Because our time is limited, I cut it my speech, but I hope that probably later you will publish all speeches from this forum. But let me start with the position that each boundary period of development of the civilization is connected with a turbulent transposition of the geopolitical layers. There are strong social, political, economic, military, and tectonic processes dynamically changing the aspect of all spheres of life of the public organism and international community. In their totality, they trace new state frontiers, rearranging the puzzle of military and political unions, regroup ethno-cultural and religious communities. All these civilization tectonics preceding the phase of the new civilizing balance affects deeply not only the visible size of the international relations, but also the deep socio-psychological layers of the personality and the human relations. A logical consequence of these tectonic processes in the boundary phase of the civilization processes is the total destabilization of the existing until now system of international security. It shows itself both at regional and world level. As a result of this, the list of the strong players keeping the threads of the international policy rearranging itself. Some of them defend the places in the international relations, others advance to the top by force, while third ones disappear totally as subjects in the international relations. This from its sides leads to changes in the existing mechanism of communication in the world too. As a result of the dynamic rearranging the forces and the formation of centers of interest, they gradually erase and turn from an instrument of regional and world balance of very often varied interests into a field of force pressure of selfish will. From mechanism called upon to guarantee the world peace and security in the interest of prosperity and civilizing progress, they turn into a Procrustean bed of the social progress. All this not only destabilizes the regional and world security, but activates pressure on all levels of the international relations. After the end of the Cold War in the 90s, it was officially declared that it was finally over. Today, however, we are witnessing not only the repetition of some of the scenarios that were used then, but also the injection of new content into efforts to isolate China and all those who tend to assume that we are all in one boat, and that much depends on whether there will be peace on this planet, on our ability to have constructive decisions that will enable us to lift our common boat called Earth out of the stormy sea of civilizational changes and changes. When you talk about China, we must keep in mind that we are talking about a third of the world economy and more than 40% of the budget resources of the modern world. We are talking about the scientific and technical potential of the country that is the most prosperous in terms of discovery of a new page in the digital age of humanity. That is, we cannot try to remove China in any of these areas and not affect the stability of the world as a whole. The destructive policy toward China, read in another way, is destructive towards the overall preservation of the civilizational development and the security and peaceful progress of our planet. From the very beginning, when the Belt and Road Initiative was launched in an interview with China television, I said that it would be a deep mistake to regard the Belt and Road project as a purely economic project or a project that is above a geopolitical focus. Of course, it is both, but what distinguishes it from all the other initiatives that have been undertaken in the 20th century and now, since the beginning of the 21st century, is that it is fundamentally a civilizational project. And I think that these 11 years after the beginning of the Belt and Road Initiative, we confirmed this position of mine in an indisputable way. It became, on the other hand, popular, but on the second, it left the relatively narrow framework of the Chinese Silk Road. And today, in fact, more than 140 countries from all the continents of our planet participate in this initiative. We cannot give a full assessment of this project and what has been achieved in these years if we do not also resort to the language of numbers. During these 11 years, along the lines of the Belt and Road, China has provided almost as much credit and financial assistance to all other countries in the world as the World Bank has done. In parallel, during this period, over $1 trillion have been invested in a variety of projects that are related to this Chinese initiative. Of course, not only the funds involved have come officially through the government and official institutions of the People's Republic of China, but also those allocated to the project. They are included in the One Belt, One Road by those more than 140 countries that have signed treaties on participation in the project. Xi Jinping said some time ago that the main theme of Chinese foreign policy is to strive for achievements, follow the spirit of the times, and act proactively. We have certainly seen exactly that, both in Ukraine and the Middle East, as well as in other situations. Xi Jinping formulated these so-called two directions. China should lead the global community in building a more just and reasonable world order, and China should lead the global community in safeguarding international security. By quickly outlining and sketching the line of modern Chinese diplomacy, we see that Xi Jinping has made a significant contribution to it and directed towards greater foreign policy activity, which helps Beijing.
Dear Zahari,
yes,
please.
I am finishing now.
Please.
Yes. Gain additional respects and partners abroad, often quelling geopolitical conflicts started by other countries. The picture will be not comprehensive if we do not pay attention to some other directions, like spiritual cooperation and like the cultural cooperation between the nations. And all this already fills with a completely concrete content, in my opinion, the defining formula in the ideological and political concept of the Belt and Road, expressed perhaps most precisely by the President Xi Jinping, namely that the main is to come to the understanding that we are passengers in the same boat, and from our ability to have a normal dialogue to solve the problems that arise in this boat between us as representatives of different ethno-cultural communities, of different countries, and different interests. Of course, all this is very, very positive, but we can see that there is a big difference between this idea and this target and the present situation in our world. Because today, we hear about the situation in Cyprus, for example. We have the problems of the West Balkans. We have many problems also in the East, especially on the territory of Russia and Ukraine, etc., etc. More than 30 wars are going on all over the world. That's about this target is very positive, very good, but we are today too far from them. And the question, how can we change all this? Well, my personal opinion is that we must change this world. Of course, I can say I am Marxist. You remember the Marx manifest, Communist manifest. We must destroy this world and create a new one, a better one. How can we do it? Of course, by the help of the civil society. The people, the citizens, must well take the future in their hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear Professor Zahari. Now I invite from United States of America, CEO of United Medical. Şimdi Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nden Sayın Kemal Erkan Beyefendi'yi davet ediyorum. Buyurun Sayın Erkan. Sayın Erkan 5 dakikada toplayacağız değil mi? Tamam.
5 dakika. Good afternoon, distinguished leaders and colleagues. It's an honor to speak to you today as a Marmara Foundation member and its United States representative. Before I begin, let me introduce myself. My name is Kemal Erkan, and I'm the CEO of United Medical, based in the United States. United Medical is an accountable care organization and population health management company. Focuses on integrates healthcare services across clinical, operational, and financial domains. We support physicians, healthcare facilities, and patients by using technology provided by Oracle and Oracle Health, and centralized services to improve outcomes, reduce costs, streamline care delivery. With over 2 decades of experience in healthcare transformation, I have seen firsthand how sustainability must be built into the foundation of care. Before we go into the topic itself, I just use this analogy, and I think it's important. You probably heard this from so many different places, so many different people. You cannot fix new problems with old tools. Now, I have a really good example of this. And I'm sure you are going to remember this in the future, and you'll probably tell your friends. So once in the old days, folks were mastered at cutting ice. This is in 1920s, 1930s. But once the refrigerators came along, all the effort became obsolete. Today, no matter how skilled you are in ice cutting, it doesn't matter because the game has changed. And in our world, the same thing applies. To stay ahead, we need tools and strategies fit for future and now, not stuck in the past. Sustainable healthcare is no longer an optional. It's strategic imperative. This is about readiness for future that has already arrived. One where our systems must evolve, otherwise the risk of collapsing is there. Life expectancy has risen dramatically. This is a remarkable achievement, but our systems were built for a different time. Today, people live into their 80s or beyond. Yet we still manage illnesses reactively, not proactively. This leads to a skyrocketing cost, caregiver burdens, and gap in long-term health. We must ensure that longer life comes with quality of life, supported by a system that's sustainable and prepared. We face growing chronic diseases, risk mental health needs, climate-driven health emergencies, and workforce burnout. Healthcare inequality deepens, and the economic strain is unsustainable. If our system fails, our societies become fragile. Sustainable healthcare is not a policy detail, it's a foundation for resilience. So what does the sustainability look like? So the prevention first, with education, screening, and nutrition, smart use of AI and telehealth, improving access to outcomes, value-based care, rewarding results, not volume, climate-conscious infrastructure, efficient and resilient, and human-centered design, addressing social factors and ensuring equity. This is also known as social determinant of health. This is already happening in some regions. Now we need global leaders to scale this. We must also prioritize women's health. Maternal mortality remains high in many areas, and access to reproductive, prenatal, and postpartum care is inconsistent. Sustainable system must guarantee safe, equitable care for women. This is not a health issue, but it's a human rights problem, and generational investment is needed. For leaders, this is more about healthcare, more than just about healthcare. I'm sure you guys heard Dr. Aziz Sancar earlier this morning, his concerns about the global issues. When you look at from the healthcare standpoint, everything that he has said is also happening in the healthcare side. And unless you have a good, strong healthcare system, countries, populations, they have zero chance to survive in the future, because this is a natural security relies on resilient systems. Economies depend on healthy, productive populations. Public trust is shaped by access and fairness. The nation that leads into sustainability will lead the global future. We cannot delay this. So we must commit not to reactive care, but long-term health resilience. We must invest in prevention, in system, in innovation. We must lead together across borders as the future demands of us. Sustainable healthcare is our shared responsibility and our strategic opportunity. Thank you.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum Kemal Bey. Oradan ayrılmıyorsunuz.
Thank you.
Kemal Bey'in ödülünü verdikten sonra Kemal Bey'in ödülünü verdikten sonra Sayın Kemal Erkan'ı Marmara Grubu Vakfı'nın Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nde temsilcisi olarak oy birliğiyle atadık. Bu belgeyi Yönetim Kurulu üyemiz Sayın Oğuzhan Ceylan, Zerrin Hanım. Zerrin Hanım. Sen veriyorsun ödülü. Ver.
Now we assign Mr. Kemal as our member of our Marmara Group Foundation in United States.
Kuzey Makedonya'ya da Sayın Zerrin Abbas hanımefendiyi Marmara Grubu Vakfı İcra Konseyi oy birliğiyle temsilci olarak tayin buyurdu. Bunu kabul etmesini Zerrin Hanım'dan rica ediyorum. Belgesini Oğuzhan Bey bizim namımıza takdim edecek kendilerine. Madam Zerrin Abbas will present our foundation in North Macedonia. Now, I invite Her Excellency Madam Katalin Bogay from Hungary. Şimdi Macaristan'dan Madam Katalin Bogay'ı dinleyeceğiz. Büyükelçi. Buyurun Sayın Katalin.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Dr. Suver, thank you very much for the invitation. I never been here in this conference series, but frankly, I never been to Istanbul. So for me, it's a first of the first. Ladies and gentlemen, it's always difficult to speak after lunch. I remember once in my previous lives when I was presenting television, we had a live television show after lunch, and the so-called V4 country presidents were sitting at the first row, and we couldn't put one close-up from the first row because they were all sleeping. So it's a challenge to speak in the afternoon anyway, especially after a topic which means to everybody something different. Me coming from the world of diplomacy and communication, obviously, all these issues resonate with the problems what we face in these territories. I'm very happy to see my fellow board members of the Institute of Culture Diplomacy, and we've been discussing openly and constantly, really, how we could make diplomacy more effective. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that this year, of course, marks the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. We heard so many criticism about the UN. Of course, we know we need the reform. We have been needing the reform since the beginning of the life of the United Nations. Still, I believe in these very unpredictable times that the UN keeps remaining crucial to promoting peace, development, and human rights. And the future, we know, holds much uncertainty. The world is passing through a, I would say, nerve-wracking period. And I believe we should not give up the global cooperation, whatever we hear. I also believe that we need to spread messages of hope, optimism, and solidarity, which I see very often fading away. And don't forget, when we speak about diplomacy, we should never forget the very good idea what William Fulbright said, that in the long course of history, having people understand your thought is much greater security than another submarine. So I was very happy to realize during this conference how much emphasis you put on the importance of intercultural and interreligious dialogue. And I saw and I see in the world the role of culture diplomacy more important than ever. because it builds relationships, understanding, and trust, which is another fading phenomenon today between peoples, cultures, continents, countries, and to introduce, cherish, respect each other's culture gives us a chance, at least a chance, not to misunderstand, but try to understand each other. So we diplomats are constantly tested, I would say, and as a whole, public diplomacy as well. Multilateral diplomacy and soft power diplomacy are very similar to gardening. You plant, you wait, and see the seeds. You wait again and trim and harvest at some point. So in multilateralism, you talk to people, develop relationships of trust and confidence, and if some things come up, then you have a base to work from. Very often, you don't have an effective way to do that. Culture diplomacy is also, I would say, our best hope of transmuting traditional prejudices into attitudes of understanding and cooperation. Culture has the advantage of being a public good that all people can share. So while diplomacy holds great promise to bringing our differences and facilitating international cooperation on pressing issues, we need to admit that at times, like today, the pressure is great on politicians to focus to cater to their own people first, especially in the difficult economic times. Problems may be increasingly global, but politics remains local. But I really think that we need to open up to the cultural influences and adopt those concepts and ideas that have a universal appeal. And in that context, culture diplomacy can help us relearn the traditional knowledge of many societies. Also, through that, we open windows into different cultures, and we can arrive at mutually agreed upon set of ethical rules governing the financial world that are based on fundamental human values. And finally, as a founder of the Women for Diplomacy International, let me underline that I look at the women as agents of change. Their role in making a more human world, which this conference is about, is immense. Women have proven their tremendous potential to foster peace, nurture reconciliation, and contribute to sustainable development of their communities. And yet, the potential contribution of women to peace and development remains severely undervalued. I believe in the importance of prevention, in preventive diplomacy. Let's speak less about how we solve the conflicts after the conflicts arose. Let's look at and focus on prevention. And in that, we should use much better the soft power diplomacy, multilateral diplomacy, and the role of women in engaging them in the decision-making processes so that the whole society would benefit of it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Dear Ambassador Bogay, please accept our small gift, small souvenir from Istanbul. Şimdi Özbekistan Kalkınma Strateji Merkezi İcra Direktörü, geçen dönem milletvekili Sayın Eldor Tulyakov'u davet ediyorum. Now, I invite President of the Development and the Strategy Center of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Eldor Tulyakov. Thank you. Peki bunun kabı nerede? Ben getirdim.
Assalamu alaikum. Distinguished guests, delegates, esteemed colleagues, it's an honor to address you today in Istanbul, a city that has long served as a bridge between continents, between cultures and commerce. In that same spirit of connection, I am here to highlight Uzbekistan's transformation into a dynamic regional hub for trade, investment, and innovation, showcasing its vibrant investment landscape and expanding role on both as a regional and global stage partner. I extend my sincere gratitude to our dear brother, Dr. Akan Suver, and his exceptional team for organizing this important summit. Their efforts have brought us all together to talk about the future, to talk about collaboration, despite the challenges that we are facing in the whole world and uncertainty. Over the past 7 years, Uzbekistan has embarked on a bold, I have the slides if possible. Over the past 7 years, Uzbekistan has embarked on a bold and comprehensive reform journey. Our country has transitioned to an open and competition-based market economy. Therefore, I should mention that Uzbekistan is not just opening up, it's emerging as the new economic heart of Central Asia. With a population of over 37 million people, half of whom are under 30, and a strategic location at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and the Middle East, Uzbekistan is uniquely positioned to serve as a future-oriented partner for the wider region and beyond. Since 2017, Uzbekistan has undergone a quiet but far-reaching transformation, politically, economically, and socially. In just a few years, Uzbekistan has shifted from isolation to integration and from control to competition. In 2024, GDP reached $115 billion with a growth rate of 6.5%. Inflation remained below 10%, and public debt was under 30%. As for the gold and foreign exchange reserves, it exceeds now $42 billion. Most importantly, our economic structure is diversified. Services and industry now account for more than 70% of our GDP, which is a significant shift from our agrarian past. Let me briefly highlight some key sectors where Uzbekistan welcomes foreign investment. Green energy. With over 300 sunny days annually, Uzbekistan targets 27 gigawatts of renewable capacity by 2030, and international investors can bid for the tenders. Mining. As a top global producer of uranium, gold, and copper, Uzbekistan is modernizing its mining sector to meet international standards and attract large-scale investments. Fruit and vegetable exports hit $1.5 billion in 2024. To boost efficiency and export capacity, Uzbekistan is expanding agro-clusters and logistics. Our textile exports from cotton to clothing reached $2.8 billion. We are forming global partnerships rooted in ethical and green practices. IT. Uzbekistan is growing as a regional IT hub, offering zero tax incentives for software firms and significant opportunities in cloud and data infrastructure. Through PPPs, we are modernizing transport, housing, and utilities, which is creating a strong demand for global expertise. With open markets, a young workforce, and a bold reform agenda, Uzbekistan is ready to partner for long-term sustainable growth. Uzbekistan offers strong and transparent legal protection for all investors. The law, which was adopted in 2022, foresees that profits can be repatriated freely. A 10-year legal stability clause protects against retroactive legal changes. International arbitration is available for dispute resolution. Our message to investors is clear. Your rights will be respected, your profits protected, and your voice heard. Special economic zones across the country offer extended tax holidays, customs exemptions, and simplified land leases. all designed to encourage ease of doing business. Uzbekistan's trade is increasingly expanding, and now it trades with more than 190 countries. Since obtaining GSP Plus status from the EU, the number of product lines that Uzbek exporters can export to EU countries duty-free has increased to 6,200. As a result, the country's exports to the EU reached $1.7 billion in 2024, which is a 3.6-fold increase since 2017. Our fiscal reforms have made Uzbekistan more predictable and business-friendly. Here, VAT, as you can see, has been reduced from 20% to 12%. The number of business taxes has been reduced. Online platforms now make it possible for online filing and budget transparency. PPPs now play a central role in delivering infrastructure and services from smart cities to solar farms. Uzbekistan is not just building roads, we are building trust, institutions, and investor confidence. Our national development roadmap is the Uzbekistan 2030 strategy, which provides a clear and credible direction. As you can see, by 2030, Uzbekistan is expecting $250 billion of investment, out of which we expect that 110 billion will be FDI. 2.5 billion high-income jobs, 45 billion in annual exports, 15 million foreign tourists annually. The future we are building is green, digital, connected, and open to the world. Uzbekistan is also modernizing its banking system, expanding capital markets, and launching IPOs. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I want to say that we invite you all to explore the opportunities to do business in Uzbekistan. Let's unlock Uzbekistan's potential together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear brother.
Thank you.
Eldor Tulyakov. Thank you so much for your kind speech. Şık ve zarif hediyesi için değerli arkadaşım Eldor Tulyakov'a bir daha teşekkür ediyorum. Now I invite Minister of European Relations of North Macedonia, Her Excellency Madam Victoria Traikov. Sayın Victoria Traikov, Kuzey Makedonya Avrupa İşleri Bakanı'dır. Buyurun.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akan. Thank you for inviting us. We got a lot of, we are enjoying these days in Turkey, and thank you very much for this opportunity to having a connections and networks with a lot of people who are these days here. And thanks to Ms. Zerin Abbas, our honorary general consul to Macedonia, from Macedonia to Turkey, former, but she made a great role in our Macedonian-Turkish cooperation. Okay, dear all, you know that Macedonia is a country who's got a really long European integrational process, and alongside economic development stands as one of the top priorities of the Macedonian government, together with the European integration. It is slow, but we are working on it. It is a priority to which we are fully committed and will continue to work on. Our highest objective is the realization of the European agenda and the effective implementation of the necessary reforms thereby facilitating our EU accession process. We are aware that the Union expects tangible and measurable results from us, and therefore we are fully prepared to invest our entire human and institutional capacities in order to become part of the European family as soon as possible. While our strategic aspiration to join the European Union remains unshaken, it is equally important to acknowledge the reality that our progress towards the European Union has not always depended on us. During our tiring and demanding path to European candidate status, Macedonia has encountered a series of challenges which led to the change of national name, flag, and banknote symbols. We have made significant sacrifices, but we did not get what we deserve and anticipated. Entire generation grew up with the dream of being part of a united Europe. After more than 2 decades of standing at their hold on the union of our people and rightfully weary and expect a new, brighter future. We are tired of broken promises and of conditions that we are not ready to accept. Dear friends, the new government has drawn a red line, a line that safeguards our Macedonian identity, which will be not allowed to be compromised or subject to bilateral negotiations. And although our time in the European Union waiting room has been undoubtedly long and patiently unjust, we see no alternative but to advance decisively forward. Our vision remains clear: to do everything within our power to transform the long-standing dream of a European Macedonian into reality. Though concentrated action, we have already initiated positive changes. As a government, we have set ambitious yet attainable goals. We have invested all our resources, human, institutional, and diplomatic, to strengthen our international standing, deepen our alliances, and forge new partnerships. We have undertaken a fight against crime and corruption. Our efforts to improve conditions across all sectors of society are driven by our belief that our citizens deserve nothing less. They deserve a better quality of life, a European standard of living, which we are committed to achieving through the full implementation of our reform agenda. Only through unity and collective effort we can realize our aspiration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Traikov. Moment, please. All right. Thank you very much for your kind speech. Now I have one question. Ada, are you satisfied from our meeting? Ada'ya soruyorum. Bizim toplantımızdan memnun musun? Not?
Açıyorlar. Burada sol tarafta.
Efendim.
Tekrar sorar mısınız başkanım?
Toplantıdan memnun musun? Are you satisfied from our meeting?
Tabii ki de memnunum Hakan Bey.
Ada Marmara Grubu Vakfı'nın 1 yıllık üyesidir. Ada is a member of our foundation from 1 year. Thank you so much, Ada. Ada, teşekkür ederim. Şimdi Filistin'den
8. Vakfı üyesi olarak kabul edilmek benim için büyük bir onurdu. Bu vesileyle Doktor Akan Suver'e ve tüm vakıf üyelerine teşekkürlerimi sunarım. Etkinliğimiz boyunca birlikte değerli paylaşımlar yapacağımıza inanıyorum. Keyifli ve verimli bir zirve dilerim.
teşekkür ederiz. Thank you.
Rica ederim.
Şimdi Filistin Kudüs Üniversitesi Rektörü Sayın Profesör Doktor İmad Abu Kişek'i davet ediyorum. Are they here? Okay. Welcome, Professor.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, and esteemed guests, if I may, I would like to extend a greeting in the manner of Islam, a form of greeting that symbolizes peace, mercy, blessing, love, coexistence, justice, equality, and humanity in all its lofty meaning. May peace and blessing from God be upon you. It's with great pleasure that I find myself in the company of you today as the Chancellor of Al-Quds University, an institution with deep roots in the holy city of Jerusalem and Palestine, and an active participant in the work of this significant international summit, the 28th Eurasian Economic Summit, which is being held in this historic city of Istanbul and is graced by the presence of representatives from over 50 countries. In addition to representatives of the civil society, religious leaders, businessmen, academicians, experts, entrepreneurs, and many effective international and UN organizations, which makes it the most representative, the most diverse, and the most influential compared to other summits and conferences. A summit that focuses on common values and unifying human principles. It addresses issues of cooperation, dialogue, peace, and coexistence. These issues are of particular importance in the current global climate, where power, hegemony, arrogance, and the negation of the other are all too common. To make our world more human, just, secure, and stable place that offers solutions, ends conflicts, and promotes coexistence and joint actions. This is what we all seek, and this is what we hope for. It is essential to observe the implementation of international laws, principles of international legitimacy, and the human values, ensuring their application to all individuals without exceptions, regardless of factors such as race, color, religion, continent, country of origin, or cultural background. Furthermore, it is crucial to maintain an absolute conviction of the truth without the slightest hesitation or reservation. We are convinced that the shared human values of the democracy, the rule of law, human dignity, justice, and equality are the key to achieving peace, stability, and development for all of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, the world today stands helpless to stop this barbaric and bloody war that Israel is waging against our Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip. The genocide and ethnic cleansing that has been going on for 19 months in light of comprehensive ban on the entry of medical supplies, food aid, and fuel. It's heartbreaking to witness the destruction of critical infrastructure such as water, electricity, schools, universities, hospitals, health facilities, ambulances, and civil defense systems. The deliberate targeting of medical staff, journalists, UN employees, and relief workers is a grave concern, and the destruction of places of worship, including mosques and churches, is deeply troubling. The Gaza Strip, with its population of over 2,300,000 Palestinians, is 650 square kilometers, a place where many of its residents are Palestinian refugees who were forcibly displaced in the first Nakba of the Palestinian people in 1948. It is a systematic collective punishment that violates all international laws and norms, and the United Nations Office for Humanitarian Affairs has made it clear that the aid intended to be directed to the Gaza Strip by international institutions is being used as a weapon by Israel by preventing its entry to the Strip. Despite the warning of the United Nations Secretary General, the World Food Programme, the World Health Organization, UNRWA, and other international organizations, and the human rights organizations, and their rejection of the use of the humanitarian aid and the starvation as a weapon of war against Palestinians. This is a clear violation of international law requiring accountability, if there is accountability still in this world. Ladies and gentlemen, in the face of international silence and complexity, Israel has engaged in a range of violations, including discrimination, bombing by land, sea, and air, with destructive weapons of the most powerful and destructive American weapon and the most modern American fighter jets. Our people in Gaza were target of thousands of destructive missiles, incendiary explosives, internationally banned cluster and phosphorus bombs, killing of unarmed civilians, destructing homes, mosques, churches, hospitals, medical centers, and shelters, and killing medical staff and journalists, and targeting of ambulances and civil defense vehicles. More than 60,000 civilians were killed in these massacres, 70% of them women, children, and elderly. About 15,000 people are missing under the rubble, and more than 30,000 wounded, in addition to thousands of children, elderly, and the sick who die due to the hunger, malnutrition, or lack of life-sustaining medical treatment and supplies. In addition, there are 6,630 civilians from Gaza detained in inhuman detention centers by the Israeli army, suffering from torture, malnutrition, and the spread of infectious diseases without any treatment. As for what is happening in the West Bank, settlements are devouring Palestinian land, and settlers, with the protection and contribution of the Israeli army, are carrying out attacks on Palestinian villages and towns. They burn, kill, and destroy. Add to that the increasing checkpoints cut off the West Bank daily, and daily arrested of thousands of innocent Palestinians. Not to forget how demolition and displacement are a daily routine now. In addition, Muslims, worshippers, are prevented from reaching Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the Christians are prevented from reaching the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in East Jerusalem. And that happens with brute force and international humiliation. And those whose jobs are to monitor the situation in East Jerusalem, the NGOs in East Jerusalem, are being systematically.
Dear Professor, please.
Just 2 minutes. The NGOs in East Jerusalem are being systematically shut down. Most recently, the Jerusalem Endowment Fund, This is a situation described by Amnesty International as a full-fledged apartheid system and illegal occupation practiced by Israel in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, which resulted in increased violence and unbearable human suffering for Palestinians. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for all of us to unite as brothers in humanity to stop genocide and ethnic cleansing. We must end this bloody war on the Palestinian people. We must join our voice with the Secretary General of the United Nations, international and humanitarian organizations, and all free people in this world in their repeated appeals to the countries of the world to assume their responsibilities to stop the war. We must stop genocide and ethnic cleansing. We must prevent the forced displacement of Palestinians from their land. We must establish a Palestinian state in accordance with the principles of the two-state solution. We must establish a just and lasting peace. I don't want to continue because the time is too short for me, so I just would like to put you in the picture what is going on in Palestine and especially in Gaza Strip, and I hope that from this summit we can raise our voice to the world to protect the values that we were talking about all the time, the international law that everybody was talking about every time. Thank you so much.
Much, dear Rector. Thank you so much, dear Rector. Now I invite from the Istanbul University academician Prof. Dr. Cafer Zorkun. Buyurun Sayın Zorkun.
Thank you very much, dear President. Dear President and distinguished guests, it's an honor to be here today, to have a chance to explain myself, to explain what I'm doing and what I'm trying to say. Today I'm going to talk about heart disease and cancer care, what we can do, what we can do about to improve our facility in all over the world. Yeah, there is an emerging need in cancer care. One doesn't involve new drugs or costly infrastructure. We just need collaboration. We just need collaboration with people, with patients, and with key opinion leaders from all over the world to make our facility better. Today, over 40 million cancer survivors living all over the world. All over the world. But many of these survivors are not living well. They have heart failure, they have rhythm disturbances, most of them, they have cardiovascular complications of cancer treatment. They can survive because oncologic medicine and oncologic treatments are really nice and really effective. It is life-saving. What is this right now, current situation? This is a new phase of cancer survivorship, and it demands a new kind of response. What about cardio-oncology? What does this mean? Cardio-oncology means cardiologist and oncologist, also lots of specialties. They can act together to save patients' lives. Because they can survive, but they may have lots of heart problems. What we can do, we can prevent this situation. If we do this, we can reduce hospitalizations, we can improve outcomes, and we can definitely save short and long-term outcomes and costs. We don't need to, fortunately, we don't need to start from scratch. We have lots of things at our hands. We have infrastructure. We don't need a new hospital. All we need to have a collaboration. In this thing, what we can do with key opinion leaders. For example, lots of West countries, they have cardio-oncology centers, and it is really nice examples. They can serve very well in their countries. But many of your countries, it doesn't exist. Cardio-oncology centers do not exist in your countries. Let's collaborate and let's do something together. There's a map here. These hearts represent cardio-oncology centers all over the world. But as we see here, there is no cardio-oncology centers in empty areas. I'm representing my university as a founder of cardio-oncology in this country. I cordially invite all of you to collaborate. We can do everything. Also, lots of our cardio-oncology centers, they are ready to collaborate. We can do this. My aim is to collaborate, to work together, and create centers full of in these empty areas. It is possible, and there is no cost for that. What we can do together, country leaders and key opinion leaders, what they can do, they can support working groups in their hospitals. In this case, cardio-oncologists may have training in this area, and cardiologists and oncologists, they may collaborate. They can integrate cardiac screening into cancer guidelines. They may find training programs. It is the most essential points. They may they may create pilot collaborative clinics. Also, all we need, they can invest in national data collection, because if we know what we have, it is really easy to create something more and something further. Istanbul University is proud to be part of the solution. It offers higher education opportunities. Every of you, every people, every doctor from every countries, they're very welcome. It is free of charge, just they need to come, they have to support themselves. What we can offer postgraduate certificate programs in cardio-oncology. Also, fellowship and training possibilities. There is short-term exchange programs for international healthcare professionals. Also, research collaboration. We are ready to collaborate to any physician from all over the world. We often think that improving health system requires massive investments, but sometimes it is just necessary to put good people, qualified people in correct place. This would be fine. We don't need a new hospital. We just need a new way of thinking. By breaking down silos and working across specialties, we can make sure that every cancer survivor lives not just longer, but better, because it is really important. Lots of qualifying people, they live with cancer. Even if they have their treatment, they have side effects. Because when we go together, this is all we need. We can go further. Thank you very much.
Dear Professor Zorkun, thank you very much for your kind speech. My friend present to you one small gift from today, souvenir of today. Yes. Now I invite former Prime Minister of Moldova, His Excellency Kirill Gaburici. Moldova önceki Başbakanı Sayın Kiril Gaburucci. Welcome. Gaburucci.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, excellencies, dear participants. I would like to speak not as a former politician, but as a father, as a citizen, as a human being, as a person that cares about what sort of heritage we are going to leave to our future generations. Thank you. We are standing at the threshold of the new era, and this is not just a metaphor, but this is the reality that we are living. Artificial intelligence, neural networks, self-learning algorithms, these are not longer futuristic ideas. These are already in our homes, in our offices, in our schools, in the business, even in our parliaments. Mustafa Suleyman, a pioneer in this new age, describes AI not as a tool, but as a new kind of entity, the one that we must learn to cooperate with, we must learn to negotiate with, and yes, we must learn to protect ourselves from. Yuval Noah Harari says that in the 21st century, the question is no longer who owns the means of production, but who owns the idea, who owns the data, who owns the algorithms, and who owns the story. We have to set our boundaries now, unless the technology will start to set them for us. Politics used to follow familiar lines like right versus left, liberal versus conservative, global versus national. But today the axis has shifted, and now it's about who controls the perception and who defines the reality. Believe me, if governments will not build or will fail building the trust, or if they will fail provide the clarity, then the algorithms will fill this gap very fast. And they will do it faster than any political party could ever do. And this is not anymore about politics. This is about protecting the essence of what makes us humans. To those people which are 20 today, I think you have to understand that you are born into a world where the borders are very digital and the identity is fluid. You may not believe in the ideologies, and that may be correct, the way to behave. But I know that you believe in meaning, you believe in impact, and you believe in willing to make the things better. Let me be honest with you. I think we cannot hand you a future that we don't really understand, but we can give you something else, and that's the right of being an active participant, not a passive subject. We need a new sort of social contract, and that's not a contract between the classes, but a contract between generations, between humans and machines, and between power and purpose. And as my previous speaker was saying, that we need the collaboration. Collaboration is a must. Again, Harari was saying that the algorithms may know us better than we know ourselves, but until they can suffer, love, and take moral responsibility, the human remains in the center of the story. So let's make that not just a quote, but the foundation for the policy. Let's raise not only coders, but also the citizens of the new AI era, which are ethical, which are critical, and which are accountable. The future will not wait. AI will not ask the permission, but we as society, we can still choose how to respond. Not with the fear, but with the maturity, not by retreating, but by rethinking who we are. Our time is limited, but again, I'm addressing to those which are 20 today. You are just beginning, so you don't let the future to write, don't let the technology to write the future for you, but I think it's time to put the pen into your hands and shape the future until someone will not do it for us. Thank you.
Dear Prime Minister Gaburici, thank you so much for your speech. Now, I invite from the United States of America Love and Peace Foundation member, dear Judy Law. Judy Law. Hello.
Good afternoon, Dr. Survey, Dr. Hong, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly honored to join this summit today to share about love, peace, and digital transformation, a human-centered AI future. As technology, AI moves forward so quickly, it is essential to remember love and conscience. These values help ensure that innovation is used to do good. It's bringing benefit and convenience to humanity. My name is Judy Low, and I'm a software product manager at electronics company, working every day on new and innovative technologies. My background includes master's degree in human-computer interaction and bachelor degree in psychology. These studies have taught me the importance of designing technology around real human needs. Today, I'm here on behalf of Federation of World Peace and Love, Full Power. Volunteering with Full Power has shown me clearly how closely our heart and technology are connected. It has strengthened my commitment to promoting love, peace, and conscience. Love and conscience are essential in guiding digital transformation. The president of Full Power, Dr. Hong Daozi, once explained to me that Chinese character love means to feel wholeheartedly. This simple idea reminds me to always think carefully and genuinely about what people really need, to approach problems from users' point of view, which often spark new and helpful ideas. For instance, when creating a platform to help people edit stand-up operation procedures for machine maintenance, we saw users struggling with documents in multiple languages. We understood their challenges deeply, so we added AI-powered automatic translation. Now, users can translate entire SOP documents within seconds, saving them more than half of their time. Because we applied love and conscience, AI becomes a helpful tool. Without this value, AI could easily be used negatively for fraud or even warfare. Psychology also plays a vital role in making AI truly helpful. We developed a chatbot to help technicians fix machines quickly. Initially, our chatbot response sounded robotic, which sometimes made users more anxious. Psychology told us that when people are stressed, they need emotional support and understanding first, not cold answers. So we improve our AI, making its response warmer, more supportive, and human-like. This approach helps calm users and guide them effectively. The experience taught me clearly to make technology truly valuable, we must combine it with genuine human care and psychological understanding. To sum up, digital transformation and AI are not just new technology. They represent a deep social change that blends love, ethics, and human-centered design. By applying insight from psychology and practical experiences, we can ensure that technology genuinely serves people. AI is powerful, but ultimately human-trended. So if we each foster love, peace, and conscience within ourselves, AI will reflect these values. Today, I encourage businesses, policymakers, and everyone here to start from ourselves and work together toward a fair, transparent, and compassionate digital future. Let's collaborate across boundaries to create a technological world that is both innovative and deeply caring. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lo. We need the peace, we need the law. Şimdi söz sırası Helsinki önceki belediye başkanı ve Finlandiya Ekonomi Bakanı Ekselansları Jean Vapori. Now I invite former Mayor of Helsinki and former Minister of Economy of Finland, His Excellency Jean Vapori. C'est juste? Vapori.
Mr. Chairman, dear friends, good afternoon. I will tell you a story, a different one, a story of the most functional city, which was my vision as the mayor of Helsinki. My journey as the mayor of the city of Helsinki began in 2017 with a considerable dilemma. I was the first politically elected mayor, and yet, from the very outset, I felt that my central mission was to depoliticize the day-to-day running of the city as much as possible. The triumphal march of cities is based primarily on the pragmatic problem-solving, not on politics. There are more issues on which the main political movements actually agree rather than disagree. Cities take care of ordinary, everyday matters at the grassroots level. What practical arrangements would create daycare places for all children close to home in a growing city? How should street repairs be done as quickly as possible while producing the minimum of inconvenience? How to speed up the process of getting a doctor's appointment at a healthcare? The issues are difficult, but they are not party political in nature. Even the majority of the city's key development themes do not fundamentally create political tensions. How do you tangibly increase the use of digital tools in city service production? How do you create conditions for more smart traffic? How can you really increase carbon neutrality? There may be no easy answers to these questions, but they are basically practical rather than political. My conclusion was that to create ideal conditions for less political but still ambitious everyday operations, we needed to draw up a shared and motivating urban strategy. Attitude is more important than agenda. A positive and pro-development mindset throughout a city organization will build a better city. I concluded that the cities should approach matters in a different way. We needed a clear goal or mission. The wording should be unambiguous and understandable. It should be an inspiration to all city employees and perhaps even also to the residents. And as I mentioned, I ended up that the title and vision of our strategy should be the most functional city in the world. I knew the goal wasn't media sexy, but it didn't bother me. Most of all, I felt that it was relevant. I concluded that a functional city serves residents, businesses, and visitors alike. The main point was to tell everyone that the most important task of a city, or what kind of administration at all, is to create best possible circumstances for good everyday life. A pleasant, smooth, reliable city where you can fulfill yourself and enjoy your life is the most beneficial outcome of politics to our people. I predicted time and time again that a functional city, dependable, unsurprising, and simply practical, might even become a luxury in this deranged world. Even better, the idea and vision of a functional city subsumed the concepts of sustainability and intelligence. A city cannot truly be functional unless it's smart and sustainable. And of course, it also needs to be safe, resilient, and much more. The concept of a functional city leaned on what is perhaps the greatest strength of the Nordic society, the fully integrated approach. A functioning city has a lot of strengths and few weaknesses. All things matter. Obviously, it's difficult to define the functionality of a city. We did, however, not let this distract us. For me, functionality was first and foremost an attitude, a philosophy. I even thought it was fortunate that no one attempted to find an agreed definition of it. Every city employee could perceive it in their own way. All ways of perceiving its inner meaning were correct. They all took the city in the right direction. I was especially pleased to be told in a few international webinars during the COVID pandemic that the crisis had made our way of thinking, actually, it had made it media sexy. I suspected it might have. The ultimate value of many things is measured and tested in difficult times. To the great benefit of its residents, Helsinki was a rather functional city throughout the whole crisis. Helsinki was disaster resilient due to its functionality, a topic which will be discussed more closely tomorrow. At its core, being the world's most functional city did not mean spectacular achievement, but doing everything a little better than yesterday. It's difficult to implement and its success is difficult to measure, but I believe that the only thing that counts is the end result. What finally matters most are the circumstances for the daily lives of the city inhabitants. And this is the case whether we talk about ecology, economy, energy, artificial intelligence, or health. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Minister. Now, I invite Honorable Mark Domfried, Director of Institute of Cultural Diplomacy of Germany, Almanya Diplomatik Kültürel Enstitüsü Direktörü Sayın Mark Domfried.
The Honorable Dr. Akan Suver, to our friends and our partners at the Marmara Foundation, to our brothers and sisters from Turkey and our brothers and sisters here in Turkey with us on this very special occasion, coming together in the name of peace and cooperation. Cooperation at the level of politics, at the level of economics, and for us, very close to our hearts, cooperation in the field of culture. Many of you may not know this, but about 15 years ago, the Institute for Cultural Diplomacy created a new academic field, the field of cultural diplomacy. We didn't create the practice. The practice has been going on for centuries and centuries, as one looks at the initial forms of academic exchange, Goethe Institute, British Council, or the very impressive Yunus Emre Institute, relatively recent development from Turkey. So most of our work is actually in the field of education. We offer the first MA, MBA, and PhD programs in the field of cultural diplomacy with students from around the world. However, from time to time, opportunities come where we also have a chance to make an impact in the real world. This is what we call the initiatives of the Institute for Cultural Diplomacy. Some of you may have heard of the work we've been doing for the last decade in Palestine and in Israel. You also may have heard of a relatively recent initiative that our one board member, Tazmina Ahmed Sheikh, will mention also tomorrow, the Interparliamentary Alliance for the Empowerment of Women in the Economy and Diplomacy, with a special emphasis on women. And today, we actually wanted to use the occasion here at the gathering of the Marmara Foundation to announce one of our newest developments with a focus on Lebanon. And in order to make that announcement, I'd be very grateful if 3 of our advisory board members would please join me to the podium. They can say much more eloquently than I the project that we're hoping to launch now in Lebanon. So I'd be very grateful if, first of all, actually all together, the Honorable Professor Hassan Diab, the former Prime Minister of Lebanon, if you could please join me to the stage. Also the Honorable Reed Khoury, former Minister of Economy and Trade of Lebanon, and the Honorable Professor Ghada Karim Atta, former Minister of Refugees in Lebanon, could please also join me on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we wanted to take this opportunity here in this beautiful city of Istanbul with our partners of the Marmara Foundation to say, okay, this is a city which serves as a bridge in so many ways between cultures, between nations, between peoples. We really thought no better occasion to announce the work that we're hoping to do very soon in Lebanon. It's called the Paris Initiative for Stability, Development in Lebanon. And I'd be really grateful if Professor Diab could say a few words. What is this initiative, and how do you think now we can have an impact in Lebanon?
Thank you, Mark. Well, this is the first opportunity I have to publicly thank Marmara Grubu Foundation for their kind invitation, allowing us to make many new friends. Let me start by saying, because I'm a kamikaze, because I love my country, because I don't run away from responsibility, I accepted to become the first Prime Minister elected in December 2019, at a time when classical politicians were running away from the task because they all knew that there was a political tornado as far as financial crisis that is coming. Now, I formed my cabinet in January 2020. This was the closest to the specification of a technocrat cabinet in the history of Lebanon, because I was an independent politician. I didn't belong to any political party. I was an academician. I was a professor. I was a technocrat. So I got ministers that look like me. And in fact, ladies, you may be interested to know that this is the first cabinet in the history of the MENA region. That's 22 Arab countries that had 30% women in it. And I might add in very important positions, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Justice, Minister of Defense, Minister of Labor, and so on. And the lady here is one of the ministers in my cabinet. So going back to what Mark was referring to, the moment we got confidence from the parliament, the crisis started. And usually when there's a financial crisis in any country, it's 1 or 2 crises. We were faced with 7 crises at the same time. It was mentioned by many countries as the worst crisis in any country in the world for many decades. We basically faced the currency crisis for 27 years. From 93 until 2019, the exchange rate for the dollar was 1,505 Lebanese pounds. Suddenly, somebody pressed a button somewhere. In August 2019, started increasing until eventually it became 90,000. Number 2, inflation. Obviously, inflation, the value of the Lebanese pound went down by 60 times, so inflation obviously followed. Number 3, banking system collapse. Not a single bank, the full banking system collapsed. Again, because of many reasons, Minister Raed Khoury, who is former Minister of Economy, would tell you more about that. But my understanding is that usually banks invest 20 or 30%, 35% of their savings, not 80 or 90%. Anyway, Number 4, mismanagement and corruption. It's a country where there is theft, but there are no thieves, somehow, at least until now. Number 5, the absence of economic reforms. Number 6, public debt crisis. Our debt, when we went in 2020, was 93 billion. The debt to GDP was 270% in 2020, one of the highest in the world. I think the second highest or the third highest at the time. That's not considering the $69 billion black hole in the central bank, which we were honest enough as a cabinet to talk about rather than throw under the carpet. Of course, the central bank was against us. No, it's not that. Now they're saying it is $69 billion after the forensic audit was carried out. Number 7, social and humanitarian consequences. So there was a need for a social safety network, which we did during our phase. And of course, all of that came with COVID-19, the first case in February. And we handled that very well. In fact, there was a Washington article in the Washington Post in early July that said the US could learn a thing or two from small countries such as Lebanon on how to handle COVID. So these are the issues. By the way, my cabinet established and unanimously approved the first reform plan to deal with these financial and economic crises, which was supported and commended by the World Bank, by the European Union, and by the IMF. But some parliamentarians were against it because of what we said, $69 billion black hole in the central bank. And, you know, obviously, they didn't allow this to go through the parliament. Now they're going back to the same reform plan in order. So the Paris Initiative is about that. It's a 10-year initiative. Each year we're going to talk about topics related to these issues in order to come up with recommendations, a white paper that Lebanon, the government, any agencies, local or foreign, can benefit from in order to put back Lebanon on track, whether we're talking about financially or socially or economically, banking system-wise, and so on. So I don't want to take more time than that to allow more time for Minister Khouri to talk about economic issues and Minister Ghada Shrain to talk about reform issues. Please.
Hello again. Just because we have a limited time, the financial crisis in Lebanon was started in 2019. And as Dr. Diab was saying, it's the most severe crisis ever in the history of the world. The GDP came down from $55 billion to $25 billion in 1 year. I'm not going to go into the main reasons for the crisis, but briefly, it was the crowding out of the government funds effect. The government and the central bank absorbed liquidity from the banking sector by the method of the carrot and the stick at the same time. And the government and the central bank were subsidizing the government from the reserve, i.e. from the depositors' money, all through the last 23 years, 20, 30 years, until the crisis happened. So mainly that's it. But again, since 2019 till now, the governments have been trying to sign with the IMF in order to get Lebanon on track. Now, I think after 5-6 years, we strongly believe that the time has come, and as you all know, after such crisis, opportunities will arise. And now Lebanon assets and Lebanon real estate and other opportunities are at extremely cheap prices. Lebanon is a small country where can recover very quickly. The main sources of Lebanon is the Lebanese themselves who are expats. They are more than 4 times the population of Lebanon, and they have huge amount of wealth and success stories. And they are all waiting for a signal to come back to Lebanon. This is as investors and as citizens. This is not, let alone the Gulf, who used to always invest in Lebanon, and I think it's the opportunity now to do it, and that's why we are here to talk about it, and the Paris Initiative will go into this direction in order for everybody to benefit, the Lebanese and all the investors. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I don't want to repeat what Mr. Diab, PM, and my colleague said, but we hope through Paris Initiative to implement effective measures to resolve our problems or a part of our problems, especially the lack of reforms. We hope to put the reforms on track again, and then also to lead with another big problem, the Syrian displaced. As you know, we have more than 1 million of Syrian displaced in our small country, and this displacement is very dangerous for our stability, for our social and economical stability. We need to find solutions to deal with, to find an issue, and to have the opportunity to live in peace, economical, in social, economical, and education, and peace. So that's why we hope that through Paris Initiative, through conferences, through roadmaps, to find the solutions to a part, at least to a part of our problems. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Thank you again, Dr. Souver. And now it's really up to us at a time when the world is closing doors almost everywhere we look as we look at the news. Here we see a window opening. So we invite your advice, your support, your cooperation. We'd be very, very happy. We'll be here the next few days. And thank you so much for your attention. And also thank you again, Dr. Souver.
Thank you so much, Don Fried. And thank you so much, your team also. Very good presentation from Lebanon. Lübnan için önemli bir takdim oldu. Bizi aydınlattılar. Don Fried ve arkadaşlarına teşekkür ediyorum. Şimdi sıra Bosna Hersek'te. Bosna Hersek Dış Ticaret Odası Başkan Yardımcısı Sayın Vjekoslav Vukovic'i davet ediyorum. Now I invite Honorable Vjekoslav Vukovic, Vice President of the Chamber of Trade of Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Good afternoon to everybody, to ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Mr. Akan, thank you for inviting me 6th or 7th time here. I'm proud and really honored to be here, whatever it takes, that is after lunchtime, like this lady says lately. I do hope so that I will try to keep your attention here today because I heard a lot of very good speeches specifically regarding to AI, digitalization in the new world order, how the digital world making us better or maybe worse. Digital transformation is not does it being in continuous and already evolves. We do not speak about companies, are they digital or not digital, but are the companies using digitalization and which is the level using of the digitalization and how they make companies much more competitiveness or not. Of course, in that terms, we speak about companies not just using AI, they're using machine learning, they're using Internet of Things, they're using big data systems, and they're using a lot of data. But those data in the systems for the AI are fulfilled by the man, not anyone else. All those who automate business process encounter make distinct levels of the high productivity and really good efficiency. Such companies becomes very self-governing, while man becomes only the architect and designer of those environments and the systems. In the business world, digital transformation refers to everything, from the IT modernization, digital optimization, digital transformation. Let's say that we live in digital native enterprises. This is exactly how the companies becomes more profitable and their market value increases at the same time. With introducing of digitalization, the business environment becomes more sensitive to all changes and allows them to respond to all changes in a timely manner before they become a problem. This is not consulted by ChatGPT, but they know something maybe about it. The European Commission states that very soon 90% of the jobs, such as accounting, engineering, art, medicine, architecture, and many others will require a certain level of digital skills. And that is precisely how many countries are raising the level of the global competitiveness and specifically their increasing of GDP. Today, many studies speak in favor of the positive relationship between technological penetration and the GDP directly in the countries, that they say that the exponential development of technology has a direct effect on the country economies, which is the new digital era, points to much greater opportunities for the companies, investments, and employers. What to say about AI? Today we're speaking about general and specialized AI. What is the general or specialized? Specialized artificial intelligence is something that makes something direct, something that is useful for you and you using through the databases or the data that you use. But general artificial intelligence still is a part of the science fiction, nothing else. In effect, artificial intelligence scientists have almost give up on the idea of general artificial intelligence because at least the last 50 years, despite great efforts, no significant progress in that area. Therefore, the lack of the willpower, empathy, motivation continues to speak in favor of the fact that we will have to wait a long time for the so-called autonomy, humanoid, that think for itself, decides, propose solutions and solve the problems without being a human in the backstage. So right now we talk about new world order, but in digital world there are no borders because as we can see, blockchain technology connects us to peer-to-peer, relationship of trust. Therefore also in that social dimension, but the digital world itself has no dementia, has no amnesia, because each data that is entered in data becomes a part of digital eternity. The European Union has introduced amendments to existing Union legislative Act about Artificial Intelligence from 2021. The regulation aims to address the risk of the certain misuse of the application of the AI and classify them to unacceptable risk, high risk, limited risk, and minimal risks. Regulation sets a common of the framework for the use and procurement of the AI equipment, AI systems in the European Union, and offers classification for those AI systems. The rules of the AI are set on the basis of the potential risks. It is important to note that the new rules also introduce certain restrictions on the use of the AI in the case of human rights violation, such as the use biometric categorization systems based on the sensitive characteristics, non-targeted collection of the facial images from the internet, from surveillance footage to create facial recognition databases. Furthermore, it prohibits emotion recognition in the workplace, in the schools, the assessments of citizens, predictive policing, and the AI influence of human behavior. The European Office on Artificial Intelligence was established in January 2024 as a center for expertise for artificial intelligence and forms of that databases for a single European governance system of artificial intelligence. The office is a part of the administrative structure and has got a special Directorate General for Communication Networks, Content and Technology, DGCNIST, whose mandate is to support and development and use of the trustworthy artificial intelligence while protecting against AI risks, above mentioned. An interesting question raised today: how the hybrid superintelligence will resolve the mutual conflicts, for example, set the goals or make decisions. For example, people are prone to conflicts, opinions, interests, different interests, and yet to set the goals, solve the problems, and make decisions, but also resolve the conflicts because they are mobile, empathetic, emotional, have their own integrity. While decision of the superintelligence lie in strict procedural rules located somewhere on the cloud and not in a physical location where the violation of empathetic moment is often necessary. So we wonder if that development of technology went much faster, exceeding our needs or planetary balances. So, ladies and gentlemen, keeping those technologies with any level of regulation makes them servants in the service of humanity. But succumbing to the fear of ignorance, hidden knowledge, non-public communication about the possible problems, the rules of these tools' creator are accepted, which lead them to autonomous systems of unlimited networking possibilities and the formation of so-called superintelligence or coalition intelligence that will escape any control. Today, we are living in a new world digital order. And in this context, it is necessary to raise awareness of its importance as well as its controlling, because it's more than important not to become victims of our own technological revolution. So, to my friend Mr. Akan, sincere congratulations to your 40 years of the Marmara Foundation and 28 years of this Eurasian Summit, and thank you for your after-lunch attention.
Hey, dear Vukotic, thank you so much. My dear friend. Şimdi Hırvatistan Ekonomi ve Sürdürülebilir Kalkınma Bakanı Sayın Davor Filipovic'i davet ediyorum. Now I invite His Excellency Davor Filipovic, former Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development. Welcome.
Thank you. Distinguished Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear Dr. Suver, it's an honor to be here in Istanbul at the 28th Eurasian Economic Summit. We meet at the moment of profound challenges and of great opportunities. Across our continents, we are witnessing an alarming resurrection of conflict. Interstate armed conflicts, civil wars, hybrid confrontations, and numerous economic challenges. From Ukraine to Caucasus, to Gaza and the Horn of Africa, too many lives are lost and too many futures are erased. Let me offer a couple of key messages that I believe reflect Croatia's experience and rising challenges to peace and more humane and livable world. I think that we can all agree that peace must be built through economic foundations alongside with historical, cultural, and political influences. In Croatia, we know the costs of the war, but we also know the dividends of the peace. After the devastation in the 1990s and winning in the War of Independence, our country was rebuilt. Not just its cities and roads, but its institutions and its economy. Integration into the European Union, entering Eurozone and Schengen area, investment in energy independence, and reforms in governance helped us emerge stronger. Unemployment rate in Croatia currently is below 5%. We had 3.8% GDP growth in 2024, which was one of the highest GDP growths in the whole European Union. And since the start of the pandemic in 2020, Croatia is the only country in the world to have its credit rating upgraded by 3 levels. All 3 major credit rating agencies upgraded long-term credit ratings to equivalent of A-. In 2023, International Monetary Fund officially reclassified Croatia as an advanced economy, elevating it from status, which was previous status, as developing economy. Croatia thus became 38th sovereign nation in this category. In 2021, LNG terminal on Croatian island of Krk started working, and allowed us to be in a better position than some other countries when it comes to the gas supply after the biggest energy crisis which emerged in Europe as a result of Russian aggression on Ukraine. Now, Croatia is doubling its LNG capacity in order to become an energy hub and as well to supply its neighboring countries with gas. So over the past 30 years, Croatia went from low-income country and a significant recipient of development assistance to being a high-income country and a global donor, fully integrated in vital pan-European and global organizations. So our lesson is that prosperity is not only the result of the victory in war for independence and the resulting ceasefire, it is the product of jobs, it's a product of education, functioning institutions, and a future people can believe in. In order to achieve previously mentioned results, Croatia had to manage well all crises we faced in recent history. It was pandemics, we had 2 earthquakes in Croatia, and we have the biggest energy crisis in Europe. Unfortunately, people in Turkey also faced 2 devastating earthquakes. I'm mentioning this energy crisis because every crisis can result in increased economic inequalities which represent formidable challenge for peace. And when we speak about the more humane world, which is the main topic of this summit, we have to address economic inequalities. When vast disparities exist between the rich and the poor, social cohesion is weakened. After the start of the Russian aggression on Ukraine, the whole Europe was hit with, by that time, unthinkable energy crisis, which impacted high rates of inflation, whether we talk about food, whether we talk about energy or services. A couple of months later, many European countries intervened in order to help their citizens and economy by limiting prices of oil, gas, electricity, and even some food products. Croatia did all of that. Collective effort was also done on the EU level when energy ministers limited price of the gas at 180 euros per megawatt hour. There was a big debate on European level whether that price limitation will cause shortages when it comes to the gas on the EU market. I was one of 15 energy ministers at that time who argued we should limit the price at even a lower level and that there will be no shortages. I draw a parallel with me being a kid in the city of Sarajevo during the siege of Sarajevo and during one discussion on energy, when energy ministers met, I asked them, do they know what was the price of one egg during the siege of Sarajevo? It was 10 Deutschmarks back then, and the price was that high because there was no eggs in the city. But two years ago, there was enough gas in whole Europe, so there was no possible when we limit the price of the gas for final result to be the shortage, and nothing of that happened. As soon as we limited the price of the gas, the price started falling immediately from day to day, and the strong message was sent to speculators that they will not benefit over the back of the EU citizens and EU economies. But that did not stop inflation to rise. Analysis done by European Central Bank showed that corporate profits were the biggest factor for driving up prices in 2022, despite the steep decline in the most business costs in the second half of 2022. Inflation went up in 2023 also, and some of EU countries today still have high inflation. So greed or greedocracy can also be seen as a challenge to the peace because it's creating frustration and anger among citizens. Therefore, in order to create conditions for a more human and livable world, we have to confront greedocracy on the individual level, government level, and the European level, so the shift in corporate behavior should be required in the way that increasing profits is not the only obsession of companies, especially in times of crisis. Throughout the history, democratic societies have been built on the promise that the hard work, talent, and determination can lift a person from humble beginnings to great achievements. This belief in the possibility of upward mobility has fueled ambition, innovation, and social cohesion. But today, we must confront the uncomfortable reality that economic inequality is putting that promise under the threat. When we speak about economic inequality, we often think of income statistics or wealth gaps. But true danger of inequality is not just that some have more, it is that many are being systematically locked out of the opportunity. In highly unequal societies, a child's future is increasingly determined not by their talent or efforts, but by the circumstances of their birth. Access to the quality education, healthcare, safe neighborhoods, and professional networks.
Dear Daur, please.
Okay, 1 minute. Are all ingredients of success are distributed unequally, reinforcing and amplifying social divides. In other words, inequality does not just affect income, it affects social mobility. There is another subtler effect of inequality, the erosion of hope. When economic gaps become vast and visible, people begin to believe that the system is rigged, that the success is reserved for a privileged few. Aspiration diminishes, civil trust declines, and the social contract weakens. Inequality and lack of opportunity are often root causes of conflict. But when we recommit to ideal of upward mobility, when we invest in every child's potential, not just a lucky few, we unleash the full strength of our people and build a future worthy of their dreams. Ladies and gentlemen, it is evident that the world in which we grew up, that witnessed the establishment of social states in Europe, creation of EU on the idea of peace and prosperity across the continent, and the transatlantic defense partnership among liberal democracies has come to the end. The old is gone, and the new one has not been established yet. The new paradigm will be constructed, and I believe that in order to create a more human and livable world, reducing economic inequalities and supporting social mobility should be core pillars in pursuing this goal. History has taught us what happens if the hope is shattered or given to the populist loud voices, and that scenario is grim. Therefore, governments, civil society, and individuals must work together to provide not just a hope, but a real possibility of realization of that hope. It is time to act, and the time is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I invite China, Director of State Power Investment Corporation of Turkey, Honorable Mr. Jiang Shering. Yes, sir. Jiang Sheng.
Yes.
Just?
Yes. My
Okay.
name is Johnson.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to take part in this forum. And I come from China, so I have seen many people the face. I'm from Asia, yes. So this afternoon, my speech topic today is the second example of the win-win cooperation and promoting sustainable energy development. My company, SPIC, Shanghai Electric Power, is a power company that invests in thermal power, wind power, solar power, hydrogen, and integrated smart energy in China and around the world. It is a major niche company and an important international development platform of the State Power Investment Corporation, which is one of the Fortune Global 500 companies. Shanghai Electric Power has a total installed capacity of about 25 gigawatts. That almost a quarter of the Turkey's whole country's installed capacity. So the capacity amounts for the clean energy amounts for the 59% and has invested in Turkey, Japan, Malta, Montenegro, and Hungary, and other countries. Shanghai Electric Power develops, invests and constructs and operates the Hurutolu hybrid power plant project in Turkey. The total investment of the project is about $1.6 billion. It is the largest direct investment by China company in Turkey since establishment of the diplomatic relationship between two countries. And it is also a key project between China's Belt and Road Initiative and Turkey's Middle Corridor planning. I would like to share my personal insights on the implementation of the project and the future prospects of the energy cooperation between China and Turkey. Number one, create good demonstrative project. As early as 2,000 years ago, the Silk Road closely linked China and Turkey, which were 1,000 miles apart, and realized the exchange of the cultural, trade, and technology leave the profound history trace. Today, China and Turkey are both among the most dynamic emerging economies in the world, with frequent cultural exchange and in-depth economic and trade cooperation. Shanghai Electric Power is a power company with a history of more than 100 years, and is also a Chinese pioneer investing in Turkish market. The Hurutolu hybrid power plant project started site preparation in 2018, and the two units were officially put into commercial operation in 2022. During the period, Hurutolu project received strong support from the Chinese and the Turkish government, and all work was smoothly carried out, and a successful implementation of the project brought China's advanced equipment and technology, excellence management and service to Turkey, which not only demonstrated China's equipment manufacturing, energy service, financials, logistics, and others capabilities in the field of the power plant construction, but also promoted the upgrading and the innovation of the related industry in Turkey, which has a very important demonstrated significance for the promoting energy cooperation among the countries along the Belt and Road. Number two, realized a win-win cooperation. For the investment of the Hurutolu hybrid power plant, a joint venture was established to combine each other's advantage. Shanghai Electric Power's advantage relied on the technology and management. Turkish partners' advantage relied on the understanding of local laws and regulation, and the good forecast of the market trends. The strong alliance of the both parties can reduce risk. After establishment of the joint venture, Shanghai Electric Power make the best use of the advantage in construction, operation, maintenance, and management, and bring the best technology, the advanced products, and the first-class management concepts to Turkey. Turkey's economy is growing rapidly, and the demand for electricity also is growing rapidly. After commissioning, the generation units continue to operate stably, and the various technical indicators ranked among the top level. Number three, enhance the energy stability. energy stability has always been one of the key factors for the development of a country or region. In order to ensure the energy security, Turkey needs to develop the variety of the power generation forms, such as clean power, nuclear power, or renewable power. Maintaining the reasonable and balanced energy structure, therefore ensure the stability and the security of the country's energy supply. Turkey is the connect to Europe, a major energy demand continent in the West, and the Persian Gulf and the Caspian Sea, two energy-rich regions in the East. In the middle corridor, Turkey's goal is to become an energy hub and a transportation hub in the Middle East. So, Hurtolu power plant, as Turkey's main base load power source, plays a significant role after the Hurtolu power plant's commercial operation. The power generation exceeds 10 billion kilowatt hours each year, accounting for about 4% of Turkey's annual power generation. Number 4, promoted the sustainable development. Our project is located in the earthquake-prone zone of Anatolia Fault. In order to ensure the safety of the main structure of the project and the operation of the generation units, in the earlier stage of the planning and design, the project team increased the project investment and adopted a high seismic resistance structure system. On February 6, 2023, unfortunately, 2 magnitude 7.8 earthquake occurred in Turkey. The structure and the main equipment of the Hurtolu power plant sustained the challenge of the earthquake. Hurtolu power plant is the only power plant in the surrounding area that has not been shut down and maintain full load operation. It provides sufficient power supply for earthquake rescue and post-disaster reconstruction. In the meanwhile, we attach great importance to environmental protection and actively fulfill our social responsibilities. We have invested more than $100 million in environmental and animal protection. We adopt flue gas cooled tower, second circulation cooling system, which greatly reduce the discharge volume and the discharge water temperature. Adopt the continuous type ship unloader and the fully enclosed dust-free Eurocylinder storage system, which greatly reduce the pollutions. We adopt the large span bridge construction scheme directly across the beach area, avoiding the impact of the approach bridge on the ecological environment of the sea turtle nesting area. The successful implementation of the project prove that economic development and environmental protection can coexist harmoniously, become a good example of the sustainable development. And the last, future cooperation outlook. With the initiative of the Belt and Road, SPIC Shanghai Electric Power will continue to develop the Turkish market, promote clean and renewable energy development in both China and Turkey. Shanghai Electric Power will invest on more renewable energy projects in Turkey, adopt advanced solar power, wind power, and storage technologies. Continue to Belt Road Initiative and the Middle Corridor Plan. Make efforts to build Turkey as a Eurasian energy hub. We look forward to more cooperation opportunity in the future to jointly promote green energy and sustainable development and contribute to building a community with a shared future for the mankind. That's all. Thank you so much.
Dear Director of EMBA, thank you so much for your kind explication. Thank you. Now, I invite from Romania, Romania Space Agency Deputy Director, Honorable Mr. Marius Opran, Romanya Uzay Ajansı Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Marius Opran.
Your Excellency, President Hakan Suver, distinguished members of the board of the Marmara Foundation, distinguished ladies, distinguished gentlemen, I done a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if it's displayed or not, related to application of the artificial intelligence in three very important areas: defense, space, and also for security. Despite of the PowerPoint presentation, I decided to do this presentation in 10 points, which are representing exactly the most specific application of the AI in these areas, and to be very short. The first point is represented by the warfare systems: weapons, sensors, navigation, aviation support. That means warfare systems can employ artificial intelligence in order to make operations more efficient and less reliant on human input. Second important thing in this area for this application, the strategic decision making. The artificial intelligence algorithms are able to collect and process data from numerous different sources to aid in decision making, especially in high-stress situations. The AI systems can quickly and efficiently analyze the situation and make the best decision in a critical situation.
Yes.
It is also able to neutralize prejudices that may come with human input. Also, AI has a lot of potential to enhance military leaders' strategic thinking. The third point, data processing and research. AI can be helpful for quickly filtering through data and selecting the most valuable information. It can also aid in grouping information from various data sets. The generative AI can speed up the analysis process when it's critical to understand information as quickly as possible. The fourth point, combat situation, simulation and training. I done some very short note on this point. Here it's, in this area, the generative artificial intelligence can improve military training and educational programs. AI-powered language models can read training manuals and other sources and use them to create new training materials, including notes, quizzes, and study guides. We finish with this one to going forward. Combat simulation and training. Sorry. Yeah. In this, I already mentioned that the generative AI can improve military training and educational programs. Also, with AI assistance, the instructors can create and administer more effective training programs because of individualized attention of students that humans may not be able to always provide and do so more quickly due to AI processing speed. One of the most important details about combat simulation is that it is far safer than reality, because many casualties can occur from training with real weapons and situation. Target recognition. AI can improve the ability for systems like this to identify the position of their targets. AI systems have the ability to predict enemy behavior, anticipate vulnerabilities, weather and environmental conditions, assess mission strategies, and suggest alleviation plans. Point 6, threat monitoring. Threat monitoring as well as situation awareness are unmanned systems that can be remotely controlled or sent on a pre-calculated route. These systems also can use AI in order to aid defense personnel in monitoring the threats. The 7th point is related to the drone swarms. AI-controlled swarms of drones are actually programmed to act in the same manner that swarms of insects act in nature. For example, when a bee finds something that could be benefit the rest of the hive, it will report that information in detail to other bees. The drones can do the same. They are able to communicate the distance, direction, and elevation of a target, as well as any potential dangers. Just a bee does. The point 8 is cybersecurity. Even secure military systems can be vulnerable to cyber attacks. These attacks can put classified information at risk as well as damage a system. AI has the ability to protect programs, data, networks, and computers from persons not authorized to access them. Also, AI has the skills to study patterns of cyber attacks and form protective strategies. Functions such as the ability to write malware may make artificial intelligence dangerous in the hands of bad actors. But AI can also help to detect and mitigate these threats. In a sense, the military applies AI to counter adversaries who may also have access to AI. Point 9, transportation. AI can play a role in the transportation of ammunition, goods, armament, and troops. AI can lower transportation costs and reduce the need of human input, plotting the most efficient route to travel under current conditions. It can also pre-identify problems for military fleets in order to increase efficiency of their performance. The point number 10 and the last one is casualty care and evacuation, because soldiers and medics have to make decisions in high-stress situations. The assistance of AI in a highly emotional environment can help with analyzing the situation and suggesting the best course of action. AI does not understand the emotional and contextual factors involved in a life or death situation. This type of artificial intelligence uses an algorithm and large medical database that is able to access data containing medical trauma cases, which include diagnoses, vital sign sets, medication given, treatments, and outcomes. More or less, that's my presentation. I don't know if can you put on the slide, there is a slide with a figure. I have, you gave me the, that's important to, I should, there, what is what is the device, the switching, the computer? What is the computer? I should put this. This should send a signal to the computer. What is computer?
Mikrofon istemiyor.
I want to show you one thing if it's...
Mikrofon da var. İstemiyorum diyor.
If I have it on this presentation, I hope so. Yeah, give it to me. These are more or less what I already presented, but I try to, I don't know if I introduce in this presentation the problem with the new satellite, anti-satellite weapons based on the artificial intelligence. This one. That means for many years, the different agencies and defense people and so on, they try to generate satellite, anti-satellites. That means we are talking about the space war. Each power want to have more satellites, to have more data, more information, and in this respect, they want to destroy the satellites of the potential enemies. And there was these satellites, anti-satellites, usually they was classic, using classic methods, like kinetic. That means when the satellite is placed in the front of the satellite which should be destroyed, and is launching from marsupium a number of tennis balls done by steel. And if one of them is entering into the contact with the satellite, targeted satellite, you have a full destruction because the speed of both of them is 9.8 kilometers per second. The second method was using jamming with radio frequency. The third one was using laser and destroying with laser the active surfaces of the sensors. Chemical sprays, the same, you are spraying the targeted satellite with different chemical sprays aside generally. Also with high power microwaves, and you are destroying everything, what means electronics. Using the microwaves are the enemy number one of the electronics. And the last one, which appeared 1.5 years ago is the robotic one, based on the artificial intelligence. This have a robotic arm, and more or less what is doing, of course in contact with the smaller satellites, is catching the satellite and introducing in his marsupium. That means he's stealing satellites from the orbit. That's the situation in the area of the space regarding the space war, actually. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Marius Opra. Accept, please, our small present souvenir from Istanbul. Şimdi son konuşmacıyı çağırıyorum. Kuzey Makedonya'dan Mr. Goce Dimovski. Teknolojik Sanayi Kalkınma Bölgeleri Direktörü. I invite now Mr. Goce Dimovski, Director of Free Zone and Industrial Development Director of North Macedonia. Yardım edin çocuklar. Yardım edin. Yardım edin. Thank you so much, Mr. Marius.
I'm a former, like all this.
Yes.
Dear participant of the Eurasian Economic Summit, distinguished guests, allow me, as a director of the Directorate for Technological Industrial Development Zone of Macedonia, to address you on a topic that is essential importance for the future of our economies and for the well-being of our citizens. In today's world, sustainable development is not just a choice, but a necessity. The Technological Industrial Development Zone in Macedonia are set an example of integrating ecological standards into industrial development. By focusing on light, non-polluting industry and modern logistics, we have created conditions for production that minimize negative impacts on the environment and enables a quality life for local communities. Our industrial zones as a driver of economic growth through fiscal and custom incentives, tax exemptions, and support for new jobs. We attract the most innovative domestic and foreign investors. This increases Macedonia's competitiveness of the global market, encourage new employments, and stimulate research and development. The introduction of digitalization, artificial intelligence, and automation is crucial for the transformation of the economy and for keeping pace with global trends. Artificial intelligence is already transforming industrial processes, creating new jobs and requiring new skills. Investment in automation and digital platforms are key for long-term growth and for building a knowledge-based economy. This requires continuous upscaling of personnel and cooperation between educational institutions and the industry. Allow me to conclude with a message of cooperation. Only through partnership, knowledge, and exchange and innovation, we can build economies that are resilient, exclusive, and sustainable. Macedonia remains committed to the European values, to the green transition, and to digital transformation together with you, our friends and partners from the Euro-Asian region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dimovski, for your kind speech. Hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, büyük bir sabırla yaklaşık 7,5 saattir bir aradayız. 7,5 saat içerisinde sabah 16, şimdi 25 olmak üzere 41 değerli konuşmacıyı dinledik. Bir sivil toplum kuruluşunun bugün burada bu iki oturumda 24 ülkenin temsilcisini bir araya getirmesi bir başarıdır. Yarın buna yenileri eklenecek tabiatıyla. Burada söylemek istediğim husus, altını kalın çizgilerle çizerek belirtmek istiyorum ki, bir sivil toplum kuruluşunun 40. yılını idrak etmesi ve uluslararası bir etkinliğin de 28. yılını tamamlaması, sürdürülebilir kılması bir başarıdır. Bu başarıyı benden önce diğer arkadaşlarım, şimdi ben ve arkadaşlarım ama çok yakın bir zamanda genç arkadaşlarımız sırtlayacaklar. Ve bu vakfı yaşatacaklar, ona inanıyorum. Bu akşam bu toplantıyı noktalarken özellikle tercümanlarımıza çok teşekkür ediyorum. Onlara kuvvetli bir alkış verelim. Onların sayesinde bilmediğimiz dillerde de olsa anlatanlara sahip olduk, dinledik. Bu akşam yemeğimiz var. Dün geceki olduğu gibi. Yemeğimizi saat 19 sularında, yani 5.30, 1,5 saat sonra yandaki salonda alacağız. Bu akşam İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi'nin Kent Orkestrası gene olacak. Fofal'ın gösterisini bir başka versiyonuyla seyredeceğiz ve Ahıska Türklerinin folklor ekibini de ayrıca seyredeceğiz. Ben hepinizi büyük sabrınızdan dolayı ve 8,5 saati bulan bu toplantımızın ilk gününde bizi yalnız bırakmadığınız için Marmara Grubu Vakfı adına, şahsım adına, arkadaşlarım adına minnet ve şükranlarımı sunuyorum. Yarın sabah saat 10'da toplantımızı burada açacağız. Yarın sabahki toplantımızın 2 bölümü var. Birisi afete dayanıklı şehirlerde, burada belediye başkanlarını dinleyeceğiz. İkincisi barışa giden yolu ele alacağız. Yemeğimizden sonra önceki Türkiye Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Abdullah Gül'le birlikte 12 Cumhurbaşkanımızla bir toplantı yaparak ufuk turu yapacağız. O toplantıdan önce Sayın Aziz Sancar bugün dedi ben hazırlıklı değilim. Doğru, onun konuşması yarındı. Cumhurbaşkanları oturumundan evvel Sayın Aziz Sancar hitap edecekler bizlere. Ben hepinize teşekkür ediyorum. Güzel bir günü beraber noktaladık. Bu arada sol tarafta bir sergi var. O sergide Ayasofya Camii, onun resimlerini görebilirsiniz. Değerli profesör arkadaşımız Mutlu Erbay, değerli profesör arkadaşımız Fethiye Erbay'ın eserlerinden oluşan bu sergiyi de bakmanızı isterim. Ayasofya Müzesi'nin çeşitli görünümlerini orada görebilirsiniz. Tekrar teşekkür ediyorum. İyi akşamlar diliyorum. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Great job. Really, great job. Amazing, huh?
Thank you. Thank you.
Somebody tell me, what can I do? Oh, Lord. Oh, something is holding me back. Is it because I'm black? Yeah. In this world of no pity, I was raised in the ghetto, understand? Yeah. Oh, Lord. Mama, she worked so hard to earn every penny. Yeah. Oh, something is holding me back. Is it because I'm black?